What's going on, guys? What's up? Hope you guys can see me clearly. And happy to see you guys. I'm happy you guys are here. I'm happy to be alive. I'm happy you guys are here. You know what I'm saying? You know, every day is a new day and every moment is a new moment. And you know, today we're gonna learn something. Today we're gonna learn something that's gonna change your life. That's what I believe, because I know that every time I speak, I'm always bringing that energy into this, you know. So let's focus. Let's focus today. Let's focus on what we're gonna talk about. Let's have some fun. Let's just chill. Let's relax. This is a hangout, and I'm gonna get started in a few minutes. Like usually, I always just start like this. I let you guys know I'm about to start, and I finish up my marketing. Reason is because until I learn a better way to do this, a better system, as soon as I have a marketing go out, like let's say like a piece of marketing go out, I feel like I need to start just in case anybody shows up, because I've had people show up in the past and I haven't been started yet, so I don't wanna do that. So yeah, guys, just hang on tight, sit tight, and listen to this one of my mentors speak.
Practicality dictates. I remember I woke up the next day and I said, that's it, period. I'm going to sponsor 2 people a day. And all of a sudden something changed. Where I believed it was going to happen for me. I believed it was going to happen for me. I believed it, and I started acting and talking like it was already happening. I believed it, and I started acting and talking like it was already happening. I started acting as if I was going to sponsor 2 people a day. Now, I just believed, for whatever reason, that by sponsoring 2 people a day, that I'd be making $30,000 a month in 90 days. Don't ask me why I believed it. I just believed it. Now, that did not make any sense in the businesses that I was in, because that was not true, right? You wouldn't make that much money doing that, because you earn weeny little itsy-bitsy, teensy-weensy, tiny commissions, right? That are not enough to feed a child's beans every day. That's about how much money it made. But for some reason, all the rules broke. All of them broke. Why? Because what you believe tends to happen. Don't ask me why it works like that. It's just the way that it is. When you act in accordance with a belief, even if that belief has not yet appeared in your world, what happens is, and don't ask me how it happens, and don't ask me why it happens, because the truth is, I don't know, and I don't care why it happens. It's just the way that it is. When you believe something and you act as if it's true, what happens somehow, some way, magically, what happens is what you believe it just happens. It just happens, right? So you know what happened to me? I believed the next morning I was going to start sponsoring 2 people a day. Well, I didn't do it that day, you know, and I went to bed. And then I woke up the next day and I believed I would do it. And I didn't do it the next day and I went to bed. And then I woke up the next day and I believed I would do it. It didn't happen that day, but I sponsored a person. The next 2 or 3 weeks I sponsored 15 people. Still wasn't 2 a day, right? Within 30 days from the time I made that decision, I sponsored my first 2-person day. And then I sponsored 1 the next day. And then I sponsored 3 the next day. And then I sponsored 2 the next day. And then I sponsored 4 the next day. And then I sponsored 2 the next day. And I started making $500 a day and $600 a day and $800 a day. And all of a sudden, what used to take a month started taking an hour. And all of a sudden, what used to take 3 months started taking a minute or 2. And what happened was, like clockwork, exactly like I believed would happen. 90 days later, I had my first 30,000 a month. And why did it happen? It happened because I believed that it was before it did. Remember that. See, a lot of people, they're saying, well, why isn't it working for me? And they've got a dark negative cloud surrounding them, like Eeyore, right? You ever seen Winnie the Pooh? You're like Eeyore if that's you. And he's got a dark negative cloud. Imagine somebody with their shoulders slumped, looking down at their feet saying, will you please look at my business? It's really cool. Well, of course you're not getting any results. Look at yourself. Stand up, look in the mirror, and take responsibility. There's a guy in our Facebook group today, and I'm going to talk to you because you're probably on the call, and just hear me out here for a second. He says, well, you know, when I see that, you know, I'm going to get in for this, you know, I don't really have a lot of money, and when I see that the $25 level works, and then I'll upgrade, right? And I'm sure he wasn't saying it all whiny like that, and that's okay, right? However, he was saying it was fine, because we've all taken our own crap before, right? But you know the truth? You know the truth? He says, well, I'm going to see see if it's going to work. You know what that means? It means he doesn't believe it'll work. Well, folks, you can have the coolest thing in the world. The coolest thing in the world, the easiest thing in the world. You can have the easiest way to make money in the world, right? And if you don't believe it'll work, it won't. You want to know why? There's something in your brain called the reticular activating system. Now, I don't know why somebody called it that. It's the stupidest word I've ever heard in my life for something really simple. But this is basically what it is. It's the thing in your mind that proves to you that what you believe is true. You ever notice that? I mean, this is the easiest thing you could ever look at somebody who believes that something's true and everything in their life proves it to them. It doesn't matter what it is. They can believe that God is a pink elephant. It doesn't matter. They're going to find all this proof in the universe that God is a pink elephant, right? They could believe that anything, and your mind will prove whatever it is that you believe, right? It's one of these fascinating things. I've had some really interesting experiences with this, and the more ADD you are, the more fascinating your experiences tend to be with your reticular activating system. But this is what happens. Whatever you believe about the world, your mind will seek through all the data coming in through your five senses, and it will find reasons why what you believe is true, and it will prove it to you again and again and again and again and again and again and again. That's how your mind sorts through information. Now, this is why your mind sorts the information like this. There's a purpose for that. The reason why you do that, and I want you to hear me out, because this is important for understanding why thinking fucks up your life. It does. It screws you up. This is why it screws you up. It's because every moment of every single day through your five senses, you take in so much information that if you paid attention to all of it, it would drive you nuts. And the truth is, most of it's not useful for you anyways. So your unconscious mind handles almost everything in your life all the time. Your heart's beating, you're breathing, you're feeling things underneath your feet, you're feeling things in your hands, you're seeing so many things you don't pay attention to. It's unbelievable. Your mind replaces what you're actually seeing with symbols of it so you can keep track of data more efficiently, because your mind will only bring to your attention what's actually useful for you. You take in about 2 million bits of information simultaneously 24 hours a day, and you want to know how many you consciously process. You consciously process 5 to 7 bits of information at any given time of the day, and you're taking in 2 million. You know what happens to the other almost 2 million? You know what happens to almost all the information that you see in your life? You delete it. You distort it. You generalize it. You make generalizations about life. You make something look like it's like something that it's not. You ever walk by in the forest and you see a stick that looks like a snake? It's because your mind replaced what was there with a symbol that it thought looked like it. It happens all the time in life. And somebody who wakes up and they watch the news and they think about how negative their life is, and they think about how negative their job is, and they think about how they can't do it, and they think about how hard it is, and how I haven't gotten any results in the last month. What happens is your mind will seek to prove to you that this is hard, you're a failure, and you can't do it. You realize that? So step one is believe you can do it. Now, fascinating experience I had the other month. I'm going to talk a little bit more about this phenomenon here in a second, because it really is interesting watching the moment when somebody changes. You're watching the moment when somebody breaks through. The shift in their face that happens when somebody creates a breakthrough. It's unbelievable when you can actually be in that moment with somebody, and you can actually see the moment when their life transforms. Because literally at any moment, any time in your life, in 1 second, right now, as you're listening to this call, you can make a decision that you're going to do it. And from now on, the world will change. It's the way that it works, guys, right? And it's amazing when you see that happen in somebody's eyes. It's amazing when you see it happen. So Justin and his wife, Dee, you know, we invited them because they live in Costa Rica. And he's been marketing online, never made the money that he deserved, always been a super intelligent guy, you know, super smart. Like, he sponsored hundreds of people the last year. And he was on the phone all day, you know, doing three-way calls for measly little, you know, commissions. It's okay, right? He just was working all day and night and never making the money that he deserved. Well, I don't know exactly what moment it was, but I'm gonna tell you what I saw happen. And the reason I'm telling you this is because I want you to look at yourself and take responsibility and make a decision, right? So he comes down and we're hanging out. You know, I think the month before he made $5,000 or something, which is more than he made, I think, ever on the internet or something like that. It's like $5,000 or $6,000. I think total maybe $8,000. He made more money than he'd ever made from listening to stuff that I told him to do. And he came around me, and he literally could not believe how little I worked and how I did exactly what I told everybody to do. So he came out and hung out with me, and he was expecting me to be just working all day. Now, to be fair, sometimes I do work all day, You know, what happens is I go in spurts. Like I'll have a week where I work all day because I get an idea and I get all crazy about it. I'll have like 3 weeks where I do virtually nothing. Right? And then sometimes, you know, I'll feel like I should be working, so I'll sit there and refresh the screen all day. But the reality is, what I do does not require massive, unbelievable amount of work because I have a lot of things outsourced, right? I don't need to be doing everything, right? So he literally could not believe how much money, how I was signing people up on autopilot, how I wasn't working very much, and he was like, "This is unbelievable." It's unbelievable. It was unbelievable to him sitting there watching me. He can, you know, I tell people to read every day, and every single day he'd see me pick up a book and sit there reading for half an hour. He's like, "You actually do what you tell people to do, right? Why do I read every day? I read every day because I realize that
pay attention to this stuff, guys.
What I believe, and so if I put trash
important.
in my mind, I'm going to have a trashy life and a trashy universe around me because my mind is going to seek for the 5 to 7 bits out of that 2 million that's coming in my brain all the time for the negative trash that's going to make me be a hoser in life, right?" So he says, then he sees me, he's like, "I can't believe it." He goes, "These people are signing up every day." And all of a sudden, here's what happened. He believed he could do it. Because he looked at me, he looked at what I was doing, and it's not that difficult. It's just not. It's not that hard, guys. It's not that difficult. It's difficult because you believe that it is. Your mind is seeking for the information to prove that it's hard. It's seeking for the information that brings you pain. It's seeking to prove to you what happened to you for the last 5 years is going to happen for the next 5, and the past does not govern your future. It's not the way that it is. At any moment, in an instant, your life can turn around. You can decide in this moment right now that your life's going to turn around. You can let go of all that trash in the past because you know what, the past doesn't even equal now. Right now is an independent moment in time that's never existed before, never exists again. And you know, the reality is that right now you can rise up inside yourself and you can say, "That's it, I'm in." And life changes. So anyway, you know, I don't know when it happened, but I'll tell you exactly what did happen. You know, he was, you know, we went to this waterfall. I told the story like 8 times because it's such a useful story. And now it's like turned into this metaphor because what happened afterwards. So we go to this waterfall, you know, these people come up to do yoga with us and stuff like this. I do yoga occasionally, not too often. And then we went to this waterfall, it was a new one, and it had this riptide push against the back we didn't see. You guys can watch the video on the site, the Almost Drowned blog post on powernetwork.com. And somewhere around 15 minutes in that video, you know, he gets caught in this current, pushed up against the wall, and you can see him flailing. And then I realized that he's actually like almost drowning. And then I went, and then I almost drowned, kind of grabbing him and throwing him away from the wall. But he was about 30 seconds away from death. Okay, and I don't know if you guys have ever been drowning before, or you know, you're swallowing in water and you can't breathe, and your arms are just going everywhere, and you're just going crazy, and your brain, you know, is starting to kind of shut off a little bit like that, and you're literally, your last breath of energy has just been exhausted, right? But it's one of the scariest things ever because you feel like you're going to die and you have no control. And I've been in situations like that before several times in my life where things have happened and it was like a moment from death. Like I was up in Alaska growing up, I remember, and I was driving in my car and I hit a patch of black ice going a little bit too fast because, you know, I was a teenager. It was the last accident I've been in. I was 16 years old. Haven't been in an accident since then, you know, thank God. But I was driving my car and I hit a patch of black ice and I slid. I was sliding a T-bone towards this intersection, and all of a sudden I realized I could die at any moment because I knew I wasn't going to be able to stop. I knew that I was going to slide out in the intersection. I didn't know if a car was coming. I didn't know if a semi was coming because that road, the speed limit 50 miles an hour. So if something hit me, it was going to be going 50 miles an hour. Then I black out and I wake up. About a half an hour later, my head had broken through the side of the window, had my seatbelt on, and the school bus had T-boned the car right in front of my feet. I didn't get hurt. None of the kids got damaged. A couple of them had bruises on their heads, but they're all okay, right? And I realized 1 second of difference in speed, and that car, that school bus would have T-boned me at 50 miles an hour right into my side. In a moment, your life can change. In 1 moment, your life can change. In 1 moment, your life can turn around. In 1 moment, you can stand up and say, enough's enough. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. I'm sick and tired of being broke. I'm sick and tired of listening to my stupid boss when I know I can be free right now. I'm sick and tired of going through pain and suffering in my life when I know that I can rise up and be all who I can be. And sometimes in life, you got to reach down inside yourself. You got to find something inside yourself that you didn't know that you had. And when you find that thing inside yourself, and sometimes it's just a little humility, and you say, you know what, Dave, I believe you, and I believe you that it's easy. All of a sudden, it's not just you that changes, the universe transforms. Because you decided to take action, and you decided to believe that you're responsible for your own destiny, that God isn't making you poor, the universe isn't making you poor. It's not that your parents didn't believe in you as a kid. It's not that you're not educated enough. It's not that you haven't been through the pain and the experience to learn it. It's the fact that you are creating exactly what's in your life right now. And if you don't,
that's right. That's right.
It's easy to just stop and create something new. And you can do that even as we're speaking now. And the moment you do that, everything will change. Your marketing will change.
Yeah, all day.
The interesting thing about the reticular activating system, the way the brain highlights information, is that literally there are thousands of differences between success and failure all through the day, but they're tiny things, not big things. And this is something that I picked up maybe a year or two ago when I was trying to figure out how I could explain to somebody on a napkin exactly what to do. They would do it, and sometimes it just wouldn't work for them. And I was like, what the heck is going on here? Why is this not working for somebody? Why is this person, they're taking this, they're trying to do it, and it's not working, right? But then here's what happened is I was talking to my buddy Rob Ford, and he said, you know, Dave, one of the things I do is, he says, I take all your audios and videos, and I send them over to this company in the Philippines, and they transcribe them for me, and I read them. And I circle all the things that you do, the weird stuff with your voice and your language. It's really, really interesting and weird. And I go, oh, yeah, whatever, Rob, right? So just the other week, I get a sales letter transcribed, right? Where I'm just talking, and guys, I don't plan any of this. I don't sit there and I don't think for hours. I just believe that when I get up there, before I stand up and before I speak to somebody, before I give a communication, if I'm creating a sales video, I'll write my intent out. I say, this video is going to convert 25% of the audience, and I'll stand there and look myself in the eye, and I'll say, I command my unconscious mind to take over this presentation now and convert 25% of the people that see this into sales, and it's happening right now as I speak. And then I'll give the presentation, and for some reason it magically does exactly what I want it to do. I don't know why, right? Maybe it's because I've done thousands of presentations before I learned how to do them successfully, or I've listened to thousands of audios. Don't ask me why it works. It's just that my mind takes it over and it works, right? I was like, yeah, whatever, Rob. I had this video transcribed, and I read the thing, and I talked like a damn sales letter in it. And it was just a free flow, unconscious thing where I'm just talking. And then I realized something. That there's so many differences between success and failure, you can't do it consciously, right? And people say, well, why aren't I succeeding? I'm trying. Because you don't believe it, right? Because here's what happens is the moment when you decide to step into your power, the moment when you reach down inside yourself and make a decision, the moment you say enough's enough, I'm going to meet you guys in San Diego no matter what it takes, I'm going to bring a team with me of 100 people, the moment you look yourself in the mirror and you say, it's easy for me too, the moment you look at Chris Darden and you say, if that bald guy can do it, I can do it, the moment you look at Christina Munoz down in Australia and say, if a woman with spinal disease can do it, I can do it, the moment you look at Tracy Walker and you can say, if that girl can do it, I can do it, the moment you look at Matt Zidon, who dropped out of high school, and you say, if that guy can do it, I can do it too. The moment you do that, the moment you see Lawrence making $50,000 a month, and rather than criticizing and saying, well, he was in at the right time, place at the right time, and I'm not in the right place at the right time because I'm not in the pre-launch. I'm going to look for a pre-launch. The moment you look at it, you say, congratulations, and if you can do it, I'm going to tear things up. Life all of a sudden, in that moment, transforms, and you step into your power. And you stop being a wussy. It's amazing how you just stop with the wussy and you step into the power. At that exact moment, your life transforms, and your unconscious mind will change 1,000 things that you do through the day that you're not aware of. Your heart rate will change. Your voice will change. Your inflection will change. The way that you sell will change. The passion of the videos will change. All of a sudden, you'll be standing in that same group of 5 people, and you'll look in the eye and they'll say, what is this thing? And you'll say, I don't know what it is. The most badass thing I've ever seen in my life, and you're getting in the deal. And they'll join. It'll be amazing what will happen to you the moment you decide, just like you're maybe doing right now. So a couple suggestions for everybody on this call, different groups of people, and I know this is a little bit different tonight, folks, but I just wanted to kind of reach out and
yeah, guys, I hope you enjoying that. I'm about to shoot a quick Instagram video, so you guys are gonna see exactly firsthand how I market my my videos and stuff. So stay tuned.
I want the richest team. I want you guys to be the most prosperous group in the history of network marketing. So there's a couple groups of people on this call. Number one, those who ain't in Empower Network, and after this call, of course, you have no clue what it is if you haven't seen it before, but here's what I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you, just go find a link and just get in. Just get in. Why? Because we're the coolest damn group of people in the direct sales industry. That's it, period. There's no cooler group of people to be around in network marketing. There's no group of people that's going to let people swear in the conference calls, and simultaneously, if somebody's a church-going Christian person, I don't care if somebody preaches in a conference call, because we accept everybody here. It doesn't matter whether they're gay, doesn't matter whether they're straight, doesn't matter whether they're married or not, it doesn't matter whether they're a Christian or an atheist, doesn't matter whether they're black or white, doesn't matter whether they're Chinese or American. I don't care about their ethnic background, I don't care how tall they are, I don't care whether they have spinal disease or not, I don't care whether they're disabled or not, they're empowered here, they're accepted here, and they can do it, period, the second that they decide. Because we accept you all. There's no cooler group, that's it, period. And also, you're never going to find a group of people like this who want you to not just make money, but also want you to have a life at the same time. And we enact no strategy to keep you a slave here in Empower. You are free to do anything you want to do. Look, a lot of times you're going to get involved with a group of people, and the second you start marketing something other than what they recommend, they shun you like you're the black sheep. Well, you know what, here at Empower Network, you're allowed to do whatever the heck you want to do. I don't care what else you're marketing. I don't care what else your product is. It's great.
All right, cool. I just finished up some marketing, and I just put my camera back on. It's not on though. All right, I'm gonna actually shoot a video right now for Instagram, and you guys can see how I do it. I'll kind of just like make that video. And I'll shoot the video real quick. So I'll be like, oh, it says not enough free space. So I'll just put up a photo, right? I'll pick a photo from my library. And maybe I'll just say like, oh, there's a picture. So let's put a picture right there, me and my baby. And then make it nice. I'll just say, click the link above for a free hangout on how to build your business online. Exclamation point, right? So I'll just say that. You can't see it though, I can't show you that. I'll press OK, and then I'll share it. Right? Now I'm going to go into my Gmail account and send myself the message. But I think I'm going to copy it from here. Right. So how'd you guys like that? That audio you were listening to, man? Like I get honestly, man, I get really humbled out. Like I can't even understand sometimes, like how cool it is, to build a team, to have culture. When you don't have a team, when you don't have culture, like it's all new to you. But when you do, like it's. Sometimes you tend to forget that you even have it. But when you study it, man, you realize how cool. I'm saying I realize how cool it is. You know what I mean? All right, guys, I'm put the motivational thing on again one more time, and then I'm going to get started.
Whatever it is, let's help you sell that more, sell that better, and succeed here, and we'll help you make an extra $30,000 a month here too. So I don't care where you are in the world, who you are, what your background is. Don't be a wussy. Just get in and make a decision right now that you're going to do it. The other group of people are people that are in power, but you ain't all in yet. You haven't made a decision to cross over that line, and some of you made that decision tonight. You haven't made a decision that you're really in the game. You said, I'm going to poke my toe in the water, and I'm going to see if it works. You know what I'm going to see if it works means, folks? It means I am going to not believe that it's going to work, because the only reason you would say that, there's only one reason you would say that, is because you don't believe it's going to work. Maybe you had failure in real life. Maybe your father beat you as a kid. Maybe you were abused as a child. Maybe you failed in your last 5 jobs. Maybe you've been looking for a job for 6 months and you're just here because you're desperate or whatever. And maybe you're here because you've made $1 million a year in network marketing. You say, well, I'm going to see if this works. I'm going to get my toe in the water. You know what that means? It means you might as well not bother. Because I'll tell you right now, if you're going to dip your toe in the water, you ain't know what the water's like unless you get full immersion. You gotta go all in. You gotta go all in, heart and soul, and decide that no matter what you're gonna do it. Why do I know that? I know because the moment I decided to do that in my own life, that very second, my life transformed. That second, it was amazing how my life transformed. The very second I decided to go all in, and I stopped taking excuses. And I said, okay, is there a product I need? Somebody says yes. I say, what is it? Here's my credit card. I wasn't asking whether I could afford it. I wasn't asking how much money it cost. I wasn't asking, well, I don't know, I want to dip my toe in the water because I've already done that. I've done it for years. I dipped my toe in the water and it didn't work. But the second I decided to go all in and to make a decision, to make a commitment, to stick to my vision, that very second, not only did I change, but here's the magic. And I don't know why this happened. And maybe it's this faith thing, and faith affects the world. And maybe it's a science thing, and maybe you affect the subatomic world around you or something like that. I don't know how it works, but the second I changed, so did the world. All of a sudden, prospering was easy. All of a sudden, money flowed to me like a river. All of a sudden, prospects were banging at my door with their credit cards adored. All of a sudden, people were throwing money at me on stage. I have a video where hundreds of people are throwing money at me on stage. All of a sudden, I would spend money, and there the next day in my bank account, twice as much would be deposited in my bank account. All of a sudden, when I changed, the world changed around me. Why? Because that's what happens, folks. It's the way that it is. Don't ask me why. Maybe it's the reticular activating system. Maybe that's a bunch of bullshit, and it just, maybe none of the world exists, but what you believe exists. Don't ask me how it works. It just does. So make a decision to go all in and stop sitting on the sideline. Stop sitting on the fence and watching all the other people play the game. You know what you're doing? You're like in a football game, and the coach is saying, come on, come play. And you say, no, I just want to sit on the sidelines and watch everybody else play. You got to lay all your chips on the table. You got to lay them all down. Because in this game, in the game of life, unless you get all in the game of life, unless you're all in heart and soul and vision, unless you speak your vision and act in accordance, if it's going to happen no matter what, period, you know what happens? Exactly what you think is going to happen, which is you think you're going to fail. You know what the best way to prove, this is an interesting principle, okay? I was listening to a Tony Robbins course a long time ago. I started listening to Tony Robbins stuff when I was a kid. So I had all this success information in my brain, even through all these years of failure, right? So I started listening to stuff when I was a little kid. I was listening to this Tony Robbins course, and he said, you know what the best way to prove to your unconscious mind that there's more than enough for you is, and to start prospering your life. You know what the best way to prove it is? And I was expecting something mystical, man, set goals, visualize, the seed, that kind of a thing. I was a kid, like the family, I'm curious what it is. And you know what he said? And I'll never forget this because I was like, come on, stop. He said, give 10% of your income away. Give it away. Take 10% of your income, give it away. Said they do it in church, they call it tithing. I said they do it in charities. I don't care who you give it to. Give it to homeless people. Doesn't matter who it's to. Take part of your income and just give it away. And I'd like, just stop. But you know what? I started thinking about that. And there's no way possible, there's not a possible way to give a percentage of your income away without simultaneously believing that there's more than enough for you. It's not possible. It's literally not possible to do. Try giving part of your money away and then simultaneously at the exact same time believing that there's not enough for you. It's literally impossible because your mind will not let you give away what you need to survive. So if you want to believe there's more than enough, he said, well, give part of your income away. But you know, that's interesting because it's kind of like being all in. It's kind of like being all in the game. Because, the reality is there's not a better way to prove to yourself that you believe that it works than to step over the line and say, I'm just getting all in, I'm going for it like there ain't nothing else. Some people say, well, you need to diversify your life. And, you can diversify later. That's the truth. You can diversify your energy later. Folks, you don't have enough energy to diversify your energy. You want to talk to an investment advisor about how to get rich slow over a really, really, really long time in your life and to be old and desperate by the time you're rich, well then, go listen to a broke investment advisor that sits there in a caged cubicle all day giving investment advice to other people that have more money than them. And that's a great way. It's a great way to get rich really, really, really slow and painful. But I'm telling you, there's no better way to prove to your mind that you can do it, to prove to yourself that you can do it, than making a decision, no matter what the external circumstances, that you're going all in financially, you're going all in emotionally, right? That you're going to do everything that you're taught to do, that you're going to put everything on the blinders, that you're going to wake up in the morning believing 2 days easy, and you're going to go to bed believing it's easy. You're going to wake up the next day, regardless of what happens in the physical world, you're going to believe it's easy. There's no better way to show to yourself than by being all in the game. That's why we talk about being all in Power Network, because it's a powerful emotional concept, and when you do it, life transforms. Life transforms, right? So next thing I've got for you that you need to do. Step 1, get in. Step 2, get all in. Step 3, follow the 8 core steps.
All right, cool, guys. Cool. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. That is just the beginning. I sound like it's over. You think it's over, but you don't know if it's over or not. It's not over. We just started, guys. So, so yeah. We got Tinkerbell in the background. My daughter was watching that. So yeah, man, how you guys doing today? Today I was gonna talk about, like the basics of freedom and like, because freedom means a lot of people think freedom is to do whatever you want, when you want, however you want. And I believe, like, I went through a process like that. And don't get me wrong, it was cool, it was good, I had a good time. And but the thing is that when you start doing whatever you want, what if you don't know exactly what is right and what is wrong completely? What if you don't have any mentors? The good thing is that I had mentors. I've always had mentors, but I think a lot, right? So because I was thinking a lot, I was like, well, what if I put myself in a position, like, what if I didn't have mentors? And what if I was just like a person that heard what I was saying? What if I said that to people, like in a hangout, and I said, hey, do whatever you want, whenever you want, however you want. And then someone in the world, like, who doesn't have a good mindset might take that and go and do the worst, because that's what he wants to do. So I'm like, that doesn't make any sense, because I started reading the Bible, and I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. How can I tell people to do that when they might not have good morals, good values? So how do I know that they're going to do the right thing when I say this stuff? So I'm like, okay, well then it's about doing what we want, however we want, whenever we want, but doing it right. I'm like, well, what if somebody's not really a Catholic or a Christian? What is right to them might be different to them. I'm like, well, at the end of the day, it's like, what if I'm like, all right, so do what you want, however you want, whenever you want, but practice the golden rule. The golden rule is like, do unto others as you want unto yourself. And like, that was better than all the other rest of ones. Every time I was getting better and better to a level where I could be like, all right, guys, do this, because this is what's good. This is what's good. And I'm always growing. So I'm always sharing what's good. And then I'm like, I heard one of my mentors say the other day, freedom is not doing what you want, whenever you want, however you want. It's doing what you're meant to do. Doing what you're meant to do, whenever you want, however you want, wherever you want. So like right now, I'm doing what I'm meant to do, and I really believe that. So as I'm here on this hangout, I could do these hangouts whenever I want, however I want, whenever I want, and it's what I'm meant to do. I've been studying these business success secrets and strategies and tips and, philosophy throughout a period of time. Now, maybe like 3 years, and I've applied myself to business for like about 6 to 5 years. And now I understand it way more than I've ever understood it, obviously. So now I could explain this to you guys, because I feel like you guys got game. You guys got that thing that you guys want to do. So it's time for you guys to take some action based on what you want, man. You know what I'm saying? It's time. So today I want to talk about a way that you can start getting started right away, like with on a massive level. You can actually grow your business by using this one thing. Now let me pull up a resource so I can kind of frame this for you. It's imagine something you could do in your business, right? Like imagine something you could not do in your business, and then like, and now imagine it being done, you know, because of for whatever reason you got like superpowers or something, right? Well, what I'm going to show you is not really superpowers. It's really like just getting another team player to do the work for you. And although that might sound a little awkward to some people, because sometimes we have to let go of our ego and let people do things for us. We have to let go of our insecurity to let people in our lives, in our business, to help us out. And, you know, we just got to be better with people. Maybe we're not good with people, so this might be hindering you from what I'm going to show you next. But if it is, at least you know that that's what it is. And if you want to change, you can just change those things and allow new people into your life that can help you in your business. So before I go into that, I want to actually pull up a resource right now that I want to do like a, I can find it. I want to do like an exercise right now with you guys. Where is it? Oh, there it is. All right, cool. So I'm going to read this word for word. So here we go. Whatever you do with what I show you, I just want you to believe that you can do it. Just believe that you can do it. Because the truth is that's how I started. I didn't believe that I could do it. You know, I didn't believe that I can actually, I didn't believe that I can make things work. So because of whatever reason, I just thought I was a failure or something. I just thought I was gonna like not be able to do it. You know, you got people sometimes in the background that they want to criticize you and stuff. And if you don't have enough self-confidence, self-esteem, you're gonna fall for that stuff, and then you're gonna fail because that's what you believe. So once I started believing in myself, you know, I started attracting people to myself that just think the same way as me. And then there's like an army of people that just think the same way as me. That's when I started, the law of attraction started working in my life, and I started getting the results that I wanted. So the number one step is that I started believing on my outcome, like what I wanted to do. So I started thinking, what is it that I want to do? You know, what do I want to really, really focus on in my life? Right now, you know, and then I made a couple of visions plans, not only for business, but my life entirely, for my family, my marriage, my health, everything. But I set priorities straight on where I want to be in life right now and what I have to focus on. One of the things I have to focus on right now is my finances and my business, because I need to make more money, and I wanted to make more money also then. And I want to be able to build things, you know, for other people, because I know other people out there, a lot of my friends even, they don't have much money. So it was time for me to help them out, you know. And now I actually have friends that are rich, that are millionaires too, you know. So I have friends that are not rich at all, and I have friends who are millionaires. So this goes out for everybody, you know, because even millionaires have friends who don't have a lot of money, you know. That's not, a lot of people say, you know, like, oh, you know, you got to be around, you know, only rich people if you're rich. And that's not necessarily true. I've met a lot of rich people who actually have friends that are not that rich, you know, because maybe they're from childhood friends, maybe they're family friends, you know, things like that. You know, you're not going to just say neglect somebody because of that. You know, that's where good values comes in. And that's where you got to read the Bible and stuff. That's where the values come into place. So then I started thinking like, all right, so now that I know what I'm going to do, what motivates me right now? What is going to motivate me? And I started thinking like, well, I'm going to show you something today that is going to motivate you, and it's going to get you to a point where it's going to be your highest level of motivation. And then number 3 was like, you know, I gotta just start taking action right now. I have to just start focusing and taking massive action on whatever it is I know how to do. It does not matter if I fail. It does not matter. I can fix it. It doesn't matter. I can't be perfect, and I know that. So I just gotta take action, and you know, like, I'll learn things as I go. I just believe that I can learn things as I go. It doesn't matter to me, you know, whatever it is. I just learn things. Because if I wait until I do anything, I heard that if I wait until I do anything, I will not be able to create any like real result I want in my life. So you know, what I'm gonna show you today, and then if you're gonna go, and when you go do it, just adjust. When I show you today, and then after you go do it, you know, give me some comments and testimonials. Let me know how it is. But while you do it, also, adjust your actions with feedback and new information. So if you got some success, then fix it up a little bit, do more success out of it. Just keep taking action. Even if you don't know how, just keep taking action. If you're failing, it's the same thing, just taking action. So there's no better feedback than something that doesn't work right. If something doesn't work right, then just don't worry about it. Just keep taking action, and you're gonna see the result eventually. Like it's gonna happen for you. Give me a second. So yeah, so since you're never gonna be perfect anyway, you might as well just take action right now. All right. So one of the better things to do when you're learning something is to study it, do it, and teach it. And if you're in a team, then the way I see it, my values in my team is that we always work hard. We play hard, obviously, but we work hard. We don't give up. We have leadership, we have initiative, we have courage. Things like that. that keep us going. But if everybody wants to be held accountable in the team, right? If we want to be the best team we could be, everybody helps each other out. So that means when somebody asks you a question, that means you answer it. And if somebody asks you a question and they need help with something, that means you help them with it. That you never leave a person behind. And if you leave a person behind, then you're not a real team player, right? You don't leave people behind. At the same time, if somebody needs help and you don't know how to help them, you go and get somebody who knows how to help them, right? That's how I see it, man. That's the way it is. We all work together even for the same cause. So you always study, do it, and teach it at the same time, So right now, if I'm teaching you guys certain things, but I'm also learning certain things, because the people have been teaching me things, even while they learn things, and while they do it. So I'm doing the same thing. I'm modeling them, and they're my influence, and now I'm your influence. So if you believe me, then I believe in you, then that means that you're set to go. You don't need to ever look back, So one of the things you need to do while you're making videos as you're learning them, teach them to people. So like I've seen a lot of those YouTube girls that they're making videos online, but they also teach them to other YouTube girls, and they become most of them are really successful. So here's another one. So right now, let's set a goal. Let's set a goal that's gonna change your life, of something that you want to achieve. That's good coffee, man. That's really good coffee. So let's set a clear goal right now of something you want to achieve. How much money do you want to make? By when do you want to make that money by? And what's it going to look like when you step into that image? And when you put all your energy into accomplishing your outcomes, you need to be motivated in a new and powerful way. No matter what the next goal is, you're going to run into problems. If you're not motivated, you're never going to do what it takes to reach your goals. I'm telling you right now. So this is a goal exercise. You ready, guys? A goal exercise. Woo! Some of you are like, oh, man, come on. Get that rotten attitude out the way, bro. Everybody else, congratulations. You guys are on the next level because you guys know that by taking this goal, by doing this goal exercise, you guys are going to actually create new things in your life that are going to change everything, from your life to your business. So check this out. People who create amazing things in their lives act as if what's happening act as if things that are happening that seem impossible to others, right? So the purpose of this exercise is to see what pops up into your mind when you think, what will this goal really get me? Now think about that. What will this goal really get you? And while you think about that, give me one more. All right, cool. So you gotta think big, okay? What will this goal really get you? And then everything that you learn from everywhere, it's always gonna have an obstacle. So when you're really inspired and pushed to the next level, you step into that place, that vision that you have for yourself, because you've designed your life, right? You design your life, and then when you're focused, right, and then you're focused on that outcome, right? Everything from your energy to your awareness and your attention is all into that outcome, right? So you want to stay really, really, really focused on it, and that's a principle. Being focused is a really important principle, and you want to talk about it, and also you want to just act on it, right? You want to talk about it and act on it. Like I'm talking about it right now. I talk about it with my wife. People who know me, they know what I want. People who are really close to me, and now I'm talking to you because I'm not talking to people who don't want to build businesses. I'm talking to people who want to build businesses because that is the purpose of this hangout. So you want to find the people who you want to be able to talk to. That's part of my life design. You know, like I said. So in order for me to be really motivated, I need to be around you guys, people like this. I need you guys to hear me. It's important and imperative for you guys to be around me and for me to be around you, because that's just the way I see it. You know, I read a book and I keep reading it. I like the book. If I see a mentor, I keep hanging out with them. I keep hanging out with them because I like the mentor. I see a person who wants to learn, who wants to follow. I want to help you. I want you to follow me and follow me until you get what you need, until you go to that next level, And I'm always growing, to be honest, because if I ever get to a level where if you ever get to a level where you outpass me, you're going to find another mentor. And I'm cool with that because that's just the way it is. And I have to be cool with that. That's just the way it's always been. But since I'm always growing, you know that you're working with somebody who's just not a dead weight. You're working with somebody who just didn't do it like a couple of years ago and just stopped, just stopped learning at all. I'm learning every day. I'm growing every day. So for somebody that doesn't know anything to catch up to me right now, that'd be really, really, really tough. That'd be really tough. But I've seen amazing things happen. So I don't ever question. I don't ever doubt anyone. I believe in everyone. But at the same time, stats are stats. And I don't want to get off track right now because this is the goal setting exercise, and this is the way I see it. Because in my eyes, for me, the goal is to understand. To understand. That's really my goal. So put all your energy and attention into your vision, into your life design, and stay focused on it. And then talk about your life design and then do it. So when you take that image, right, you take that image of your goal and you project it out in front of you, right, you actually see it in your mind. And when you see that image of your goal, the whole thing, right, where you're sitting, see the goal, the life design you created for yourself, the whole thing, where you're sitting, where you're standing, whatever you're doing, swimming or something. Maybe you're sleeping. I don't know what it is that you want to do, but feel what it feels like and feel what it feels like to be standing in that image. You know what I'm saying? Then from that image in front of you, make a symbol, right? Make a symbol. Like Christians have the cross, right? One of my companies, they have this thing that they go like this, is fight the forces of evil. Me and my wife, we just kind of like look at each other. I guess it's like a look. It doesn't matter, what it is for you, just a symbol. And then it could be anything as long as it represents that life design image, that vision that you have that's right in front of you. Remember, it's right in front of you and you're making it big, right? Bigger and bigger, right? And then pick one image from that life design, right? From that whole array of images, and from that whole array of images, pick one image out of that goal, right? The bigger picture, one image, one symbol, and then take that object, take that image, and take that symbol, right? So the symbol, like I said, can be something inside that image, that array of images, right? So you want to get that image and blow it up like a balloon, like a big, like something cool, like a big piece of and make it brighter, make it really, really bright. And then as it's three-dimensional and it gets powerful, it's like maybe throbbing, it's like electrifying, maybe even it's like really, really, really attractive, right? Then you put it out there into space, right? Put that thing into space where you can actually, where you're looking at it and it's actually blocking the thing around you, right? So it's so big and powerful and three-dimensional that it's blocking everything around you, and all you can see is that image of that goal standing in front of you, So you're in that. So now you're stepping into that image, basically. So feel what it feels like to accomplish your goal and staring at that image, right? Wow, this is powerful stuff, man. I've honestly, this is just too powerful. Feel what it feels like to accomplish that the goal, as you're staring at the image, making it brighter and brighter. Feel what it feels like to accomplish the goal, right? And go ahead and keep that image in your imagination. Go ahead and feel that image as you're accomplishing your goal, and you have it in your imagination. And ask yourself, when you accomplish this goal, what will that get you that you don't have now? And then you wait, something's gonna pop into your mind, and then you're gonna allow it to sound, right? Something's gonna pop into your mind. And then it's probably gonna pop into that image that you have, that really big, powerful, electrifying image. It's gonna pop into your mind. And then you ask yourself again, when I accomplish this goal, what is this gonna give me that I don't have now, right? And then allow an image or a voice again to form into your mind, right? And continue asking, then when I get that, what will that get me that I don't have now, right? And you're looking for an answer that appears in your imagination, right? Like for me, it's being able to speak the message. As I'm talking to you right now, I realized certain things, and I mean, don't get me wrong, I always believe in myself, but every time I do one of these things, it's always something more powerful, something better, and that's how you grow. That's part of my culture, every day, like an athlete, they go and they work hard, and then they learn something new. Right now, I just learned it's about speaking, When I get my outcome, I'm going to be able to speak better, I'm going to be able to be more confident in speech. So I act as if I'm already there. Anyhow, you're looking for an answer that appears in your imagination. Once you have a source of motivation, right, that's powerful and possibly brings you to tears, to your eyes, that is your source of motivation. Now hold that. Ask yourself, if you're not really feeling like you're there for tears, like you're almost there at tears, then look, if you're not feeling, some people laugh before they cry, but if you're not feeling like there's tears coming down, that's mad funny, right? I just put some tears on the paper. If you're not feeling like that, then you don't really want it. Now hold that thing in your imagination. Now hold that image. Keep holding it. Hey, I didn't say let go. Now imagine, once you have that source of motivation that brings you to tears in your eyes, imagine that high source of motivation and allow a symbol to form that represents that, Right? As I do that, I'm taking notes because I'm also doing it myself. So allow some symbol that represents your motivation and project and project it out in front of you, all right? And make that image bigger and brighter. Make it three-dimensional and rotate it. So look, allow some symbol to form that represents your motivation and project it out in front of you. Make it three-dimensional, right? Make it three-dimensional, and rotate it into space slightly as you're feeling it go into space. Feel the feeling of being in alignment with your highest reason of why you're building the business that you're building. Take that symbol in your imagination and grab it with your hands. Grab it with your hands and take it and pull it inside. Step inside that reason of why you're here and imagine that reason is encompassing your whole being, right? Your whole being. And as you're standing in that reason, project your mind and stare out and imagine that symbol or your goal again. Standing in the source of your motivation. As you are looking at that goal, know that you are going to accomplish it. Know that you are going to accomplish it. Because you are going to accomplish it, my friend. You're destined for greatness. I believe in you. I believe that you can create your dreams. I believe that anything is possible. I believe that anyone can do anything they set their mind to. And I believe that I can too. And because of that, I can speak like this to you. I don't mind talking truth and inspiring you and blowing your mind up with these new resources, because I'm not giving you anything but pure faith and desire, and giving you the belief that you need to grow into the person you need to be. Forget the naysayers. Forget everybody who says this is wrong. Anybody who said this is wrong, wipe them out of your life, because this is your dream. This is your destiny, and don't allow anybody to get in the way. To me, that's in my thing. You know, there's always evil. There's always good. But how do I, in my thing, am I dimensional? In your exercise, let me know what you felt. You know, if you have any comments. In mine, I definitely saw myself being good, but I saw myself defeating evil all the time. And you know what? How I was defeated? I wasn't out there slaying evil or not, and I wasn't out there fighting evil. It just wasn't around me. For some weird reason, it was not around me. I don't know why. It just wasn't around me. And that's what I want to suggest to you. Get those negative people out your life. Or instead, do what I just do. Just believe that they're not around you. Do like Jesus did. Whenever I see somebody who gives me like a weird face or some type of evil look or does anything mischievous to me, one, I forgive them right away in my mind. I don't tell them I forgive them because that's kind of rude. I feel that is rude. Even though they've been rude first, that's against my value. I'm not supposed to tell you, hey, I forgive you. Like, that's kind of funny, and it's my stuff. Somebody would get even more mad. So my intention isn't to get the person more mad. My intention is to just tell the person that, yeah, man, I love you. I'm here for you, bro. So if somebody does something messed up to me, I go up to them and I say, and I introduce myself, I connect with them, and then I might introduce them to somebody who they should connect with, and then that person did that mischievous thing isn't all bad. You know, they're never all bad. If they're all bad, like if they're really, really bad, more than good, I'm not gonna bother. But if there's some type of good in them, I'm gonna introduce them to somebody that I know, and then maybe somebody who's just like them, maybe, you know, or maybe somebody new in our circle, so he can know that I'm actually giving him responsibility within the group, within the community, and even though we know that we had that little tension moment, you know. And I'm not going to care. I'm going to say, hey, you know, this man right here, he's done this and he's done that and he's done this. And I introduce him to the new guy, and I say, hey, you know what? Boom. Why? Because I believe that even though somebody's bad, they can become good. Even something like a failure, anybody who's failing can become good. You know, the Lord actually forgives us all the time, you know. If we repent, if we say sorry, he forgives us all the time. And now when Jesus came around, all you have to do is say, I believe in Jesus, and you're saved, dude. It's even more simple, you know what I mean? Doesn't mean you go around and do bad all the time and expect to be good and go to heaven. Now, it doesn't expect you. I'm not telling you to keep learning to keep failing and just keep failing and doing nothing about failing. I'm actually suggesting to learn. Every failure has a success seed within it. If you're patient and you work through it, it doesn't matter how long it takes, man. You can do it. And how does that feel to you if maybe you never gotten a result ever in your whole life for business? Or maybe you have some small result, or maybe you had it and it all fell apart and now you want more results, you know? Or maybe you have results and you just want to get more, right? How does that feel to you, just knowing that all you got to do is plant a seed and enough seeds and wait for harvest, you know? In the winter, Jim Rohn said in the winter, he said, it's in one of his YouTube videos, The Best Life Ever or Best Year Ever. It's under the same title. He says, in the winter you study, in the spring you plant, you sow your seed. In the summertime you protect your seed from the weeds that grow. So that means like people in your life, negativity. I want to protect you guys from that nonsense. People telling you you can't do something. They can't do something themselves. They want to tell you you can't do something. Don't ever let anybody tell you you can't do something. You know, that's what Will Smith said in The Pursuit of Happiness. He said, even if I tell you you can't do something, don't ever believe me. That's what he said. You know, because you can do greater things than me, is what Jesus said. So I forgot I was going to go with that, but I got my point across. And that's all that matters. The strategy doesn't matter. I'm speaking to you. I just want to get my point across. It doesn't matter what I say, as long as I get my point across, man. And when you're working, it doesn't matter what you do, as long as you go out there and give value and serve people. Why? Because if you go out there to make money, it's not enough, man. I tell you, it's not enough. You got to go out there and serve people. And as long as you do that, it doesn't matter what strategy you use. It doesn't matter if you automate your things. It doesn't matter if you outsource. It doesn't matter if you do direct messages. It doesn't matter if you're by yourself or if you're with a big group of people. The point is that you have to serve. And if you serve, you get results. All right? So you need to learn how to serve. How do you serve? First, you got to change your beliefs. First, you got to be a good person, right? You got to start liking people. You got to start, if you don't like people, you got to start being a better people person, right? So that all to me was in my vision and my thing that I blew up. All of that is what I see and more. I see possibilities. I see things that I've done and things I want to do again. You know, I see things that happen because of my decisions. I see things that are just there and they're not going to change. And I'm just aware of it. And I know that's what it is. And I'm happy and grateful for that, you know, and I see things that are just like this happened. All of this is happening. And this means that this is happening because I'm alive, you know, it's happening because I'm alive, you know, and me giving this to you, you and I have the same exact responsibility. That's what I see. Now that we have this information to go out there and do this together, you know, it doesn't have to be together. You don't have to be, if you don't want to buy my products, if you don't want to come out to the Hangouts, that's okay. I still love you and everything, but everyone else, you know, we're here to do this together, right? We're here to go to the next level. And I see that, you know, and it's just another example. It means the same thing. When you go out there, you're going to have people who don't want to do things with you, people who do. And if you just believe in yourself, forget about the law of averages. Forget about you have to talk to 10 people to get 2 people. Forget about all that nonsense. Forget about having to talk to 100 people on the internet to get 2 sales. Forget about it. Just think about your belief. How big is your belief? How bad do you want it? That is what's going to get you the result. Because somebody who believes in themselves can get like 100 out of 100 people to sign up for their business, right? But somebody who doesn't believe in himself so much and just relying on science all the time will only work the law of averages. I know I did at the beginning. I mean, like I recently, I still catch myself working the science only and forgetting about the faith. The faith is so important. You have to really believe in something greater than you, and you have to believe in yourself, and you have to believe in other people. The faith is so important. That's why they say religion comes first, your spirituality comes first, everything else after. Because everything else stems from your belief in the higher power. The higher power believes in you, and even if you don't believe in yourself, the higher power believes in you. So that means that you believe that even if you don't believe in yourself, it does not matter because somebody already is believing in you. And even if you don't care, it doesn't matter. Like you're still gonna you're still gonna do it, and you're still gonna feel great. And somebody's still gonna help you, and somebody's still gonna forgive you, and somebody's still gonna make it, and somebody's still gonna give you a sale, like somebody's still gonna buy your product, somebody's still gonna give you their email, their lead, right? It doesn't matter if you're doing good or bad, as long as you believe in yourself, you know. I hope I'm making sense, you know. Take a quick breather real quick. I'm gonna be back in like no lie, like something like 2 seconds. Nah, I'm like less than a minute. All right, good. Back now, come back. Here's some cool resources for you guys. Look at this stuff. Let me see how that looks. I'm in my house right now. Like I said, I'm hanging out in this hangout. I don't really do things like most people do. I do them a little differently. So these are just some books here. This is the New Testament in the Bible. I just talked about faith, how important it is. This is the complete classic text of Think and Grow Rich. I gave this to my mother for her birthday one time because she wanted to do something for her business. She never read it, so I took it back because it has such a great cover, and I actually lost mine. The first one I had ever bought, bro, guys, was actually like very small. It was maybe like the thickness of this little book, but it was bigger. And I read through that thing. Oh my God. Now I got this one, Think and Grow Rich. I got notes. I have massive notes. I have a lot of notes. I have more notes over here. You can't really see them. I don't even know what to do with these notes sometimes, to be honest. I got to figure out like an organizational method to take care of these notes. I got my Holy Bible right here with the Old Testament as well. And then I got this book that took a long time to come. But it came. It's called Pivot. It's one of the CEOs. It's one of the CEOs of one of this company that that sells like high ticket products. They're like really rich, and not just rich in wealth, but like they are really rich. Okay, I'm not gonna lie to you. They're some of these people are really, really, really just like wealthy, but I don't think they're billionaires, but they definitely are like multi-millionaires. But this is like a bestseller book, I think. Or no, not yet. Not yet. It's not a bestseller book yet, but it has resources from like Brian Tracy, Joe Vitale, and the people from The Rich Dad Poor Dad. Right? So it's a book about changing your life and reinventing your career and success and your life, So I read a lot, man. I read so much. And then I got my vision board here, so I just kind of look at it. And it's like a binder. One of my favorite things about here is I got my I don't know if I could explain any of this stuff to you because this might be a little difficult to explain. But I got my my gratefulness stuff. So I'm grateful for my life, my family, my friends, my success. My the ability to think, to act, to teach, to be around people, my willpower, my work ethic, my mental toughness, God, of course. These are not in order. I just started adding words as I saw space. Thoughts equals feelings, feelings lead to actions, action lead to results. I actually want to do a video on that for you guys. My business, my fulfillment, my wife, my daughter, my house, office, these laptops that allow me to do this, my culture, my computer, And the cool thing is, even if you don't believe in yourself, like that you're grateful for something, just write it down anyway and say I'm grateful for it. And I promise you're gonna start being grateful for it. Before I talk about that, I know this stuff can get a little tiring sometimes because it is heavy stuff if you're new. Like I'm new at teaching. That doesn't matter. Doesn't matter because we're all growing. The next thing I want to go over now is creating your dreams. So it's imperative that you believe in your dreams, guys. It's imperative that you believe in your dreams and your ability to accomplish them. We talk about that in Think and Grow Rich. Everything you do matters. Everything you do changes people. So ask yourself, do you really believe that you can create any kind of future that you want? Do you believe that you can create your outcome? Do you believe that you have the ability as a human being to physically affect the world around you by your actions, words, and beliefs? I'm going to repeat that again. Ask yourself, Do you really believe that you can create the kind of future that you want? I do. Do you really believe that you can create your outcome? I do. Do you believe that you have the ability as a human being to physically affect the world around you by your actions, your words, and your beliefs? And I do. Do you believe that you can change the environment that you're in to change the amount of money that you make to completely change your situation? I do. I do. If you could do that, what would be the positive force that it would have in your life? How would that affect your life positively? So ask yourself, what needs to change inside your mind right now? What needs to be redefined in order to believe that you have the ability to change your future, right? So you could say, everything that's going on in your life right now is just an example of the past that you have let go. Make a metaphor. The past is in the past, right? That's a quote. And the time is now, the future is tomorrow. Most entrepreneurs think about the next day as their employees work right now. So what are you doing right now? Because tomorrow you have to get your goals done, right? You have to get your people out there. Tomorrow you got to get your people working. Tomorrow you got to get your people rolling. Tomorrow you got to get them taking action. So do you believe you have the ability as a human being to physically affect the world around you by your actions, words, and beliefs? If you could do that, what would be the positive force that it would have in your life? How would that affect your life positively? So what needs to change inside your mind right now? I said that. What needs to be redefined in order to believe that you have the ability to change your future? I already said that. You can answer those again, and then you'll get any better results. So if you don't follow through, and you don't act as if you have the ability to create things and to change your outcome, right? If you don't do any of this stuff, and if you don't act like it, and you act like you have the ability to create things and to change your outcome and change your future, how is that going to negatively impact you, right? If you're not aimed anywhere and you're not acting like you can accomplish it, you're just going to land wherever it is that you land. If you have the ability right now to create a new future, how would you act differently right after this video? How would you change what you're doing in your business? How would you change what you're doing in your life? If you had the ability right now to create a new future, how would you act differently right after this video? How would you change what you're doing in your business? How would you change what you're doing in your life? If you had the ability right now to completely change the direction of your future and completely aim it in a new direction towards accomplishing what it is that you want, how would that change your future? So if you had the ability right now to completely change, the vision of your future and completely change the direction, the aim, and make a new direction towards accomplishing the things that you do want, how can that ultimately change the success of your future? How would your life really look like if you literally change anything in your life? Wow. What is possible when you dream big, right? When you dream big, like massive. When you dream big, you get to do the things that you want to do, man. What's possible? What is possible when you ask yourself what you can really do? And this puts you in a place where you can have anything you want. So this is really about the people who you are around. This is about the people who you're influencing. This is about all the relationships and the connections that you run into, right? What is possible for them? What is possible for their teams? What's possible for their families? What greater things can be affected if you have the ability to change your future? What greater things can be affected if you have the ability to change your future? Huh. Interesting. Yeah, for real, ask yourself, what greater things would be affected? All right. That's good. So now I'm going to go into what I meant to do at the beginning, now that I went over that. So I hope you guys enjoyed that as much as I did. And, you guys come here and you guys are like in a place where you guys like personal development. Maybe you're more advanced. Maybe you like Jim Rohn, Anthony Robbins, all these people. They're all good people. Maybe you don't know who they are, and you want to learn how to change your life. And you listen to what I say, and you just think it's inspiring, and you're like, "Wow, Danny, like it's really inspiring." I just don't know where you get this stuff from. It's simple. I'm just learning from the people up top. First of all, I learned from God, and then I just a trickle down effect. I learned from people like Jim Rohn, Anthony Robbins, Brian Tracy, Les Brown. These are motivational and inspirational speakers that speak on life, on family, on relationships, finances, all the important things that us human beings need to have to not be human beings of nature, but be more spiritual people, to be better people that help each other, to be good people, because without this stuff, originally, we tend to have bad habits, just the way we are. So it takes something like a Bible or something to change you and to make you a person who knows how to behave, right? So that's how I learned this stuff, if you want to know. And you guys come from personal development. You guys come from the business arena. And some of you guys never had a result in your whole life, but you guys just want a result. Some of you guys come from the business arena who actually have some results, and some of you actually don't even have a business yet, and you guys want to make a business. And I'm here to motivate you and inspire you. It's not that difficult. It's really simple. You just gotta believe in yourself, I mean, it depends on where you are in your life, because dude, like I've been homeless myself, I've had my parents kick me out. I've had things. I'm cool with my parents now and everything, and I'm not homeless anymore. But I've had times where I've been bad, like with bad relationships. I've had times when I've been like how do you say, heartbroken. I've had times where I've been like down and out. I've had times, and then through it all, I always believed in myself. And then during that whole time process, I was still working with top people and celebrities, millionaires. And I'm like, this is so weird. How can it be that I'm so like broke and I got nothing, no relationships, nothing, but I'm hanging out with these people who have what I think is everything? How can that be? I'm hanging out with celebrities, veterans who have millions of people following them, and me, I got nothing. But the truth was, I did have some stuff. I was just closed-minded. But it was enough. Those words were enough for me to realize that having success in a following isn't everything. It's about helping the people around you, because they're willing to be around me while I had nothing. They're willing to believe in me because I believed in myself, and because I believed in them so much that they believed in me. Excuse me. So because of that, it changed me. I've had times where I've been like, I've won soccer championships. I've had times where I've gotten a 4.0 in school. I've had great successes. But I've also had times where I've gone to summer school, where I failed, where I've dropped out of college. But it all led me down to this path of leadership. And it's not about only the successes. It's about everything. It's about believing in people even when they're down and out, because people will be there for you if you're there for them. That's what it's about. Then it led me to business, and I started becoming a little wiser and smarter. That doesn't mean you're gonna get money if you're wiser and smarter. Like I said, I got a 4.0. That didn't make me money. It just got me like an A. I mean, a 4.0 GPA, which sounds good when you say it. That's about it. But it was fun. That was fun to do. I learned the value of hard work and the value of persistence. I had sleepless nights. I'd go to my class, and I swear I shouldn't do this, but I was like falling asleep in class. But yet I still came out with a 4.0. And I had people in that class who loved it, like loved me because I was really cool with people. You know, I don't come from the background where I'm like, oh, I'm this geek. Oh my God, look, I'm better than everybody else. I'm so smart. You know, I was actually from the jock crowd almost. I wasn't fully the jock. I was like the hippie and the jock, a little bit of the geek, becoming a geek crowd. And nowadays I'm like a little bit of like everyone because I believe in everyone. And I believe that everybody is good people. Anyway, people like that about me, that I was just flexible with people. So they all came to me for questions, you know. I hang out with them sometimes after class, you know. I even hanged out with them sometimes at their house, people from school. So what I'm saying is, yeah. So what was I saying, man? I'm just telling you stories, guys. I guess you could add this into your leadership, like how you should treat your people. But I've been up and I've been down, you know. And I'm telling you that the only thing that remains is just will you believe in yourself. That's really what I'm saying. And when I believed I couldn't do something, I didn't get it. When I believed I could, I did get it. And the problem was that I wasn't working on my beliefs that much. I was just working on like the thing to do. You know, when you work on when I think about the mundane tasks that I didn't want to do, I mean, I could outsource them now, but then I'd get so depressed. Belief level crash. But if I started to believe in myself, what would happen was that all of a sudden I'm having fun while I'm doing things I didn't even want to do, right? And then what happens next is that I eventually don't do those things anymore because somehow, some way, God takes me out of that scene and puts me where I belong. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of times in business, you guys kind of have to struggle a lot. You guys got to push yourself to the next level, but it's not going to happen the way you think it is. It's not going to happen the way you probably think it is. Some people know this already, but you have to work hard. And you're going to do a lot of things you don't want to do. You have to learn a lot of new skills. And you're going to have to go through a lot of failure. And if you're okay with that, then congratulations, you have what it takes. You have what it takes to pay the price. And I just want to congratulate you. Like, I just want to congratulate you because that is what's going to make you better than anybody else. You know, being yourself, being better than yourself makes you better than everybody because you're not comparing yourself with people. You're comparing with yourself, meaning you're going to be happier, you know? And that's really what we want also. And when you're happier, people want to be around you. You have better relationships, right? It starts with yourself. You ever had people that walk up to you and they're always like complaining, you know what I'm saying? They're just always complaining and you just don't want to talk to them anymore because they're always complaining. Well, like, that's the opposite of what you should be like. You should always send your complaints to God. You know, if you have any complaint, don't even complain, just repent. No, just repent. That's what I do. I just forgive myself. I say, man, Danny, I don't know how this happened, but I'm not going to stand here and blame you. I forgive myself. Why do I give myself the power to forgive myself? Because it makes me feel better. And it's not, and if you're religious, it's not even wrong. Like, Jesus went around telling people, I forgive you for your sins, you know? And although you're not Jesus, he's made from the same image as us. He says, follow me, be like me, and then I'll save you. So he went out there and said, you believe in me, you can do great things. You believe in me, you'll be saved. So if you act like him, doesn't it make sense that I can forgive my own self and be righteous? Right? If you want to justify it. But don't justify things either. The business doesn't work like that. Life isn't like that. Stop justifying things. Just do the thing you're supposed to do. That's my motto. That's what I was saying. Just do the things you're supposed to do, and and believe in yourself so much and pay the price and just believe that every day you'll be doing the same thing, committed, consistent, right? And I just have to repeat that like more than once. Sorry, it's important that I repeat that. And associate yourself with the right people, because that is what's going to get you the results out there in the game. When you start getting results, people are going to notice you. They're going to be like, yo, where'd you come from? And then you're going to be like, I've been working, man. I've been working hard, yo. And then they're going to be like, oh, wow, man, that's cool. I wish I was like that. I wish I could do things like that. But, I can't do it because so-and-so reason. And you're like, you don't say anything. So you're like, come on, man. Don't give me that. I've known you for how long? Anyone can do this. I've been alive for 24 years. I'm not saying I'm like this wise person, but I've read a lot of books, and I've whatever I don't have from experience, I make up for it from knowledge and wisdom from these philosophers and stuff. And things don't really change that much. Everything changes. Like things change, but like principles and things don't. Principles don't change. Laws don't change. So how are you gonna tell me that you can't do it? How are you gonna tell me you can't do it? You're just lying, man. You're lying to yourself. I mean, I love you, man. Like, let's just not talk about this anymore. Let's go do something else. Let's go do something you can do. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man. I've been through struggles and ups and downs, and one of the things that worked really well was outsourcing. At the beginning, man, I was out there. I was typing all day, typing. This is not typing. I'm like all day. I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna get so successful because I'm believing in myself. And I did a good job. I was believing in myself, right? Then I'm typing. Oh my god, oh this person. Oh he wants to buy. All right, cool. Prospect, new prospect. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, new customer. Woohoo! How can I take care of him? How can I do better? Oh my god! And then I'm like doing everything, and I'm like, not even hanging out with anybody else, really. No, I lies. I am hanging out with people, but not with like the people that matter, like my family, right? And my friends. I started hanging out with people who were doing what I wanted to do. They were my friends too, but they were new friends. I wasn't hanging out with my old friends. I was hanging out with people in the really strong relationships in my life. I was just hanging out with the weak relationships, and the balance wasn't there. I think I was just going through a process at the time. And I burned out. I could not finish what I started because I was not clear. And not only was I not clear, I didn't know enough. I didn't have enough knowledge and skills. And every day I'm thinking like, man, I got to go on these hangouts and I just want to know how I can say what I got to say better. And I know it's stories. So I'm thinking, what kind of stories? What kind of stories can I tell you guys, And I just want to make sure that they're like, I know my mentor is not really organized, but he still makes his things happen. He tells story after story after story, and you kind of get lost of where you're going, to be honest, but he still gets the result you want. I want to be like him, Right now I'm telling you a story, and I'm like, where did I leave off, Where did I, you know what I mean? Because I'm sort of new at this stuff too, and I want to be totally comfortable and honest and humble with you. I'm sort of new at telling these stories online, but it's definitely where I want to go. It's not like it's my vision, It's my purpose. I feel it. So this is why I'm here. Just like when I wanted to go work out, I thought it was my purpose to get a muscle, and now I still got muscles like 10 years later. My purpose to get married, now I'm married. My purpose to speak on this, and now I'm speaking on this. So no worries, I'm here to stay. I'm just like, I'm growing. And so yeah, outsourcing, because I was doing everything, I burned out. Some of the things I did not have to do, I learned that in the Philippines, people get paid like $2 to do something that it takes me like 2 hours. It takes me like 20 hours to do by myself. And I'm like, I can't outsource them to the Philippines. I'm not worthy. I swear I was saying that, man. So mad at myself now for that. I'm not worthy to go call somebody in another country to do work for me. Why? I just didn't believe I could be a boss. That's all. I just didn't believe I could be a boss. And some of you guys probably believe in that too. I believe that I could be a boss. So because of that, I didn't outsource anything. I did everything by myself because I would say, hey, you know, I'm self-made. I hear all these music, all these hip hop songs. I'm self-made, and therefore, I'm gonna do it by myself. You know, you see all these music videos. There's only the artist in the front. You don't see anybody else. You think that he really did everything by himself. You know, that's it's lies. So yeah, right. And that's not true. Truth is, man, you need people around you. You need a team. So once I started realizing, I started learning about outsourcing and, you know, what I could accomplish with more people. So I started outsourcing simple things like emails. Started outsourcing things like having a virtual assistant. I started outsourcing things like, you know, little things. And then as I outsourced, I was still having struggles, you know, because I was like, I'm going to outsource now, but things aren't happening the way I want. There's always something new. Like, something new happened. Like, why isn't he doing it this way? Why isn't he doing it that way? Or she's not doing it right, or they left, you know. They don't want to do it no more. So I'm like, this is tough. I know I'm going to do it. I know I'm going to push through this. I always knew that. Like, I always knew, like, something in my head, man. I think I'm crazy or something. I don't know. Maybe people think I'm crazy. I don't know. But I just knew that even though I felt that way, I was still going to, like, I knew that eventually somebody's going to work and I'm going to know how to skill. So I just kept going. And so what happened next, of course, was that a couple of years later, only like a year or two later, because I wasn't outsourcing that much. I was outsourcing a little bit, but it still helped. I began to outsource my marketing because I was a marketer. I was selling myself as a marketer. I was like, hey, you know, you can hire me. I go to people's pages. I'll like them. I'll comment them. And people like love that. They're like, yeah, for sure. You know, I want that. I was charging them like great prices. And I could promote that. I could sell that thing so good because that was my business. I was self-employed and I knew that I would be the one. And I knew that I would be the one that I would be the one to do the work. And then I'd go to work at it all day and night to make not that much money. And I was wondering, how in the world, I wasn't only one, my parents were wondering, how in the world are you going to make enough to make a living, you know? If you're working all day and night for like a couple of bucks, you know? And I'm like, you know, they're right. They're completely right. But, you know, I can't tell them that like, you're right, because then they're going to go into the whole spiel of trying to convince me to stop this business stuff and go back to work. And I'm like, no, I'm not gonna go there because I know they're gonna do that, you know? I mean, I know they want the best for me and stuff, right? So then I was like, I just gotta keep going. I finally found out how to outsource the stuff I was doing. It took me all day and night. All I had to do was pay somebody $5, you know, to do like something that took me all day and night. And I was like, cannot believe I didn't do this before. I cannot believe I didn't do this before. All I have to do is pay some $5. I was just kind of like so upset. And some people, like, because I didn't want to get myself out of the way. I had an ego. I was insecure that other people could do something better than me, you know? And anyway, I later learned for some of you guys that it's okay to have a job if you don't have enough money at the moment for your business. Go get a job, man. It's better than being broke. You got to pay bills. You got to do what you got to do as you learn this stuff in business. So that means that you got to be really committed, man. Some people make it, some people don't, and that's okay. But I believe in all of you, because some people don't make it and they come back and they want to do business. Why? Because they hate working for people, man. They hate the work thing. They hate working for pennies, you know. They don't want to do they don't want to do the whole thing that they taught us in school. Go get a degree and then go work on an office desk or whatever. Go be a lawyer or something and, you know, make like almost no money. Teachers make almost no money nowadays. You know what I'm saying? Like, then you get these high school and college dropouts, or people who went to school for 3 months only, like Thomas Edison, who are making so much money, who made so much money, and and just invented things, you know, just worked hard all the time and just knew what they were doing. And I'm like, oh, so the secret is working hard. Boom. And I'm like, but wait, hold on a second. I was working hard the whole time. It can't just be working hard. And then I started realizing later, you know, of course, guys, it's not just working. Like I'm telling you guys now, of course, guys, it's not just working hard. It's actually working smart also. Like Andrew Carnegie, he said he worked about more than any man he ever knew, he said. But he worked only like 2 hours a day or like 1 hour a day. And Andrew Carnegie was one of the greatest billionaires in the history of the world. He was one of the greatest, richest people in the history of the world. And he was not that long ago. He was like 100. It was like 100 years ago. And he actually gave the ideas to Napoleon Hill, who wrote the book Think and Grow Rich. Think and Grow Rich. And then now and now that book is like one of my top books, my classic books now. You know, what did he teach? Belief. I think the secret. He said, "This is the secret in the book," right? He said, "This is a secret in the book." And I think that the secret to me, what it means is belief in yourself. Because I read the book for almost like 3 years now, 5 years, on and off. And I'm like, what is the secret? He never tells you. He just says it's somewhere in the book. And now I have mentors who just keep telling me, believe in yourself, believe in yourself. I'm like, yeah, whatever, man. Like this. Like, but, you know, like, it's true. It's belief. You have to believe in yourself, man. So what happened was, I began to believe in myself. I got more outsources for things I wanted to do. I got a job at the time because I needed money. And I ended up getting a job as a trainer, right? As a trainer for kickboxing. How interesting, right? I was already doing martial arts for a long period of time already, so I was pretty good. I used to train people in my backyard. So I was like, you know, I'll do this. And I did it, and I loved it. And you know what happened after that? I was only training people in a company where they only trained people that didn't know how to do much at all, and we weren't even hitting each other. We were hitting a bag, and I would just teach them how to hit a bag or hit the pads. I had pads where you punch the pads, so you know how to hit the pads. Teaching them the basics of kickboxing, and it wasn't until later that I started meeting some people who wanted to learn more. They're like, you should own your own business. I was like, yeah, I should. You know, I am. I'm working online on something right now. And I never told them what it was because I just didn't believe in it. And also I didn't know how to explain it to them. But I just knew I was going to do it. Like, even if I didn't believe, I just told people. You know what I'm saying? I just told them. If they found out later, I'd be like, oh, I guess I'm going to have to find out how to tell them. You know? And that was kind of good, too. I was happy about that stuff, too, because I'd be like, you know, it's kind of interesting. But I met people who wanted to learn how to fight. And then I said, okay, well, let me see if I could ask my boss if we could spar. And I did. I asked my boss, and he said no. I asked him again later. I think he said no twice or once. And then finally, I was like, I was okay with a no. I didn't really need to teach him how to spar. I didn't care because that's not our culture. That wasn't the culture of the business. But I did care for my customer. I didn't care if I was part of the team, like, because that's not the culture. But my customer wanted something that I just couldn't give him. And I cared about him. So I'm like, he asked me again, like he was persistent. And I was like, tell my boss, come over here, right? And then he came, and then I'm like, my you know, whatever his name was, I forgot his name. His name is Nikolai. I said, hey, you know, Nikolai wants to talk to you about something. And I was not going to get in the way of it. I was like, he wants to talk to you about something, and I'm willing to do it. I'm not going to say anything else. That's all. So Nikolai was talking to me. He's like, I want to learn how to spar. Told my boss that out. So then my boss was like, you sure you want to do this? Like, he's like, yeah, I want to do it. I just want to learn how to fight for no reason, just because. You know, because you want to know his intentions. Why does he want to know how to fight? You know, like, what's the reason? And his intention was just to defend himself, for the same intentions that I learned my stuff. I didn't learn how to box because I had to defend myself out there in the street because I was being bullied or nothing. I just wanted to learn how to defend myself because I thought it was kind of cool. You watch these superhero guys do things, you know. It's kind of cool. And I got pretty good, so whatever. I began to teach him how to spar. And then I got a team of people later, and then I taught him how to spar like 2 years later or a year later. I got groups of people sparring each other in that same company that does not even hold there's not even, their culture isn't even sparring. I had cops come and everything trying to take us out, like saying like, "Oh, you guys are sparring." I'm like, and I was never scared because I knew that I could go anywhere and teach them how to spar. Kind of like I'm never scared about failing in business because I know I could go anywhere and find a product. I could go anywhere and find a market. And not only that though, I just believe in myself so much that I know in this system that I can go anywhere on a computer and talk to people on a hangout and just introduce them to the lifestyle, introduce them to the new way of doing things, the systematic way of doing things. You don't have to do everything on your own. You don't have to do, you don't have to do your own likes and followers and comments. You can pay somebody to do it. I found somebody to do it, and then I found out that a lot of people don't know this, and I'm like, well, they should know this. I'm like, but I need some money, so I'm just gonna kind of charge them more because I'm the guy with the knowledge, and I'm gonna deliver it to them. I'll be responsible, and I made a business out of it. I found a supplier that sold it less, and supply and demand. I sold it for more. And that's kind of what this business is. This business is that I have at Make Your Legacy. I have a supplier and I sell it for more, and that's it. But sometimes you're gonna catch me through these trainings, and I'm not gonna tell you when. It's up to you to find out. I'm not gonna tell you when, but there's places where you can find it, and you don't even need to buy it from me. And why am I okay from this? Why am I okay with this? Because even if you don't buy it from me and you learn the thing the way I know how to do it, the outsourced and I know how to do it, I know that you will still come back because that is not the value of my business. Likes and followers is just the beginning, guys. And comments. You still need to learn how to sell. You still need to learn how to market. And I'm going to be giving out ebooks and stuff for free, and some of them you can have to buy. And I'm also going to be doing like other videos and trainings just like this. And you're going to need that knowledge. The likes and followers it's whatever, it's really simple. And even if you didn't know how to do the stuff that I know, how to get the likes and followers, you still need to learn and commit yourself to know how it works, how to negotiate with them, how to split them into your accounts, into each individual account. You still need to learn all of that. I had to learn all of that. There's more to it than just learning what a supplier is. You have to work it. It's a job. It's work. And although I outsource it, it's still his work. You know what I'm saying? And some of you still don't know how to outsource, still don't know how to hire people to do things in your business, and you're doing things all on your own. I want to encourage you to stop that and go somewhere further by outsourcing things that you don't like. So I think that's enough for that. And I want to give me a second. Excuse me. One moment. All right, cool. Now I'm going to show you one of our latest members who has been helping us, with she's been helping us with leads and stuff, and we get the leads, but she's been helping us, with many things. To be honest, I forgot because I work with a team, and that's not it's my specialty. But I'll tell you, she helped us out with putting leads into sending out leads. And I just wanna, and even though what I want you to really focus on, guys, is mainly like like is mainly I want to congratulate you guys for just getting started and outsourcing. That's what I want to congratulate you guys doing that. Not really like if it worked or not. If it worked, it's awesome. But an entrepreneur, yes, we're all results based, but I'm not going to be too cutthroat with you guys. I just want to congratulate you guys for taking action and for taking action, doing results, right? And if you got results, awesome. So this is Fiverr.com. You could do a whole bunch of stuff here. You could do graphic design. You could do digital marketing. You can do writing and translation, right? You got all this stuff, business copywriting, emails and stuff, articles and blog posts. You can get people to do videos for you, music videos. If you have music, you get people to mix and master your music, right? Advertising, you can get people to market for you. You can get business people do things for you. I just want to focus on this one girl. How I found her was I just typed in virtual assistant on this search engine, right? I'll show you later how it is. Anyway, for $5, her she did a great job. She did exactly what I asked her to do, right? And I'm always looking for new outsourcers, right? I'm always looking for new outsourcers because I do need help in my business with certain things, and I need people with different skill sets. And so yeah, so we ordered from her. You see, she's a real person. She's from Jamaica, and she's cool. My wife was the one that first talked to her, and then now I hired her for something else recently, and I'm gonna give her what to do. I'm actually gonna have her do social media stuff. I'm gonna have her do social media stuff, and the way I'm gonna do it is I'm gonna train her. I'm not gonna go over the resource right now because I gotta go find it. I don't feel like doing that right now. But I'm gonna train her, and by showing her one time in a video, maybe like this, like a quick 5-minute video, what she has to do, and then giving her like a regimen. It's like a training regimen, and I got this from an article I'll probably share with you guys, but it's from the book called E-Myth, and in that book, they talk. It's really valuable, man. I hold it really. It's like a precious, beautiful thing, man. Because after this book, I realized what I needed. I needed managers and technicians. I stopped doing this all by myself. So anyway, I'll probably share that with you if you guys really want it. You guys gotta let me know. So look, virtual assistant, right? Bang. Put that on the search engine, and a virtual assistant is good for almost anything like that you could think of. Copy and paste, emails, customer service, marketing, writing emails, writing articles, as long as they say so. Most of them are all in that area, but some of them specialize in certain areas, right? So you got all these people, so you could say like, hey, you need help, I will be your virtual assistant. Some people need help. They say that, and they're like $5, and some people, and to $5 to some of these people is a lot of money because they're like in a different country. So like, me and my wife looked up how much $5 is, and for this one guy, and then he said and then what they said was, they said with $5 in this country he could buy like 100 ice cream cones or something like that, or like 60. I'm like, whoa, like we only could buy like 5 ice cream cones here in the United States, So he's making bank from us. So it's like, don't ever think that you're underpaying them, Although I hear some of the best places to go find outsourcers are in places like Odesk, Elance, Freelance, places like that. but this is where I got my people because I'm used to it. So they're good for data entry, file conversions, copy and paste, social media management, all of this stuff, Microsoft Office Word, transcription, ebook cover design, proofreading, email swipe writing, and so much more. And in my future product, I'm actually going to have something that can. I'm actually going to have something that can. Hold on a second. Yeah, I'm actually gonna have something that can, that if you got, I'm still working on it. I don't know how it's gonna happen, but I just see it happening. That I'm gonna, if somebody's gonna want these services and they don't know how to work what I just showed you, they're gonna want to come directly to me, and then I could do it for them for a little bit more. I'm gonna have to charge you for the prices for actually doing it for you, and the prices for getting it, for how I get it done, and all of that. So I'm excited about that, but I'm not excited to tell you that much because I'm not sure exactly when I'm going to do it, but I believe I will do it. So, you know, whenever it comes, it comes. I'm just thinking about what happened to my camera that I cannot see myself right now. One moment while I try to see what happened here. Oh, there it is. I think it's going to. One second. I'm just trying to figure this out. Why is it not? Anyway, I know you guys can hear me, so I'm going to keep going. If the broadcast is still like this, let me check. It's so weird. So that's the newest person. How you can do that, you will have to work at it. But of course, anything is possible when you believe in yourself. When you believe in yourself. All right, yeah. So I am recording, but I just can't see it in my you know what I mean? In my recording thing here. When you believe in yourself. All right, yeah. So I am recording, but I just can't see it in my you know what I mean? In my recording thing here. All right, cool. Okay, cool. So back to what I was saying, guys. All right. Sorry about that. That was a little interruption. But she's helping us so much right now. And there's so many more people like her. There's outsourcers, right? Are just like her. And there's outsourcers that are just like her, you know what I mean? And and they're all really good. They're all really good at what they do. It's just a matter of how you want to teach them, right? How you want to teach them how to do what they got to do. So what does it take to do that? The next step, honestly, is just really believing in yourself, right? If it works for me, it can work for you. And if it can work for me, it can work for somebody else just the same way. All I got to do is just believe in myself. So everything that I'm doing and saying, I'm always like increasing the belief in you, right? Or I'm increasing the beliefs that I have of you, you know. It doesn't matter how you outsource, guys. Just as long as you outsource, you know. It does not matter how you outsource, just as long as you do it. Because there's many ways that you can make money online. You know, there's many ways that you can make money online, and as long as you guys believe in yourself, you guys will be fine. I'm not saying like there's many ways you can make money online and go hop from thing to thing to thing. I'm not saying to go to different places or go spend all your money in one place and invest into it and see what happens and then go broke. No, I'm saying there's many ways, there's many strategies for you to get the same result within your business and within your company. Right? That's important for you to know. So people will always take so if you know that, right? If you know that, and if you increase the belief level about your people, within themselves, what happens is they actually start believing in themselves also, and they start working together. You start working together, and you start achieving things together, and things become easier, right? And then a lot of your problems get solved. You start replacing the things you don't know how to do with the things you do know how to do, with people who do know how to do it, and then ultimately you guys got yourself some wins together, you know. And that's what you really want to do, is you want to win in business. You're not here to not win, right? Because once you win, it's what's going to get you closer to your outcome. Remember, we talked about your outcome and making it big. You got to win in order to get that. You can't just keep losing and not win, you know. And sometimes even if you lose, it still is a win, because it's always tomorrow. And yeah, so you want to always show them first how to do it, and then tell them how to do it, and that works really well. So another thing here. So yeah. So when you're doing all this stuff, right? Just remember that, like, what's possible when you dream big. You know, what's possible when you really can think like you can achieve your dream, right? Because you can. And just like, do you believe that you can really change the environment around you? You know? Do you believe you can make the kind of money you want to make? You know? Do you believe that you can create any kind of future you want? And do you believe you can create your outcomes? Do you believe that you can physically affect the world around you by your actions, your words, and beliefs? If you do, if so, then you can get an outsourcer. You can get somebody to work for you and help you out, because it's simple. That's why. I said so. That's why. And so yeah, so one of the main things you want to do is just keep increasing the dreams about the people. Like, people out there, like the outsourcer, she wants to make money for whatever reason, her family or whatever. She obviously wants freedom or something. So something in that environment, you know, she obviously has values that she wants to help. You want to help them push harder and give them more values, right? Like to never give up, to always be a leader, to do things like that, because that's going to motivate them to want to do better in your team, right? To have initiative, you know, to know your passion, to have dreams, right? Get people dreaming about that, and bigger, and they're going to do better results for you. You know what I mean? Because how do you really build dreams, first thing is that the dream has to be in front of you all the time, and it has to be bigger than where you're at. You know, because if you're ever like really discouraged or something, man, like it's probably because your dream isn't really big enough, or because you don't believe in it like most of the time, right? So when you have a dream and like you're actually going toward it, you just have to keep adjusting your strategy. Like Jim Rohn said, it's really like in every ship that sails, there's always a tiny rudder at the bottom of it, and that's actually going to make the boat go wherever it goes, right? As opposed to just going wherever it goes because of the wind. You can actually change the rudder, and it's very small. Like your tongue is very small, but it affects a world around you, right? So when you're really clear about what you see and what you believe and you're going toward it, right, your mind will just start seeking ways of going out there. Like, how do I get an outsourcer? Like, what do you need in your business right now that you might need to outsource? Maybe some sales stuff, maybe some marketing stuff, maybe some blogging stuff. I don't know, but like what kind of things in sales and marketing is really that's up to you to find out. I don't know what your systems and processes are because you haven't communicated with me yet. Maybe if you did, I would tell you. But from what I know, it's probably sales and marketing. You know, you need to outsource something. You know, you need somebody in your team. So when you get frustrated, you just got to re-clarify your vision, and then keep going forward. So it's important that when you can actually live your dream. And the reason why it's important is to not get trapped into strategies and stuff, because you might have a Facebook strategy that works, right? And it might take a long time to do. It might consume your time all the time, and you do not want to do that. So it doesn't allow you to live the lifestyle you want to live. So you always want to be living the lifestyle you want to live, because if you don't, people are gonna start wondering like, why is he doing this anyway? Like, what's the point of this stuff? You know, if you're not gonna live the way you want to live, like right now. So maybe sometimes people in a multi-level marketing company, if you're not in a multi-level marketing company, like sometimes like bosses, like people will do certain things for certain reasons. This is kind of interesting. Like Martin Luther King, he could have had like really expensive stuff around him and used materialistic stuff, but he chose not to because his followers were really poor. Some of them were poor. Like the black community was poor. And people like Steve Jobs, and then some people like Warren Buffett owns a very like old car. He doesn't have a new car, and that's like his example for his people. So sometimes in MLM, the example for the people is like, I'm gonna buy this really expensive car because that's gonna motivate the people to do more. I'm going to do this really expensive thing because that will motivate the people to do more, So whatever you do, people will want to follow you. So just know what your people want and be in alignment with what they want. So if you want to motivate them with something, you just go out there and do it like really hard and let everybody know. And then that's gonna influence the whole world around you, yo. I'm telling you. Give me a second right now. That's gonna influence the whole world around you. All right. And ask yourself, what would happen if you don't follow your dreams, right? What would happen if you don't follow, if you don't change the environment around you to make that money you need to make, to completely change your situation? If you could do that, what would the positive force be in your life if you can really affect your life in a positive way? And, if you don't do it, what would be the negative things about that? How would that be negative? And because that if you don't have a direction, you're gonna land wherever you land, and that's not necessarily the best way to go. So why not have a direction for your future and start thinking like this, like I'm explaining, and what you're doing in your business? Because how would that change your life? Ask yourself. Don't be dumb. Don't be stupid and not really ask yourself these questions. They're important questions. Honestly, I gotta say this out loud. Like, only stupid people will not do this. I know you're not stupid, right? So don't do that. If you had the ability right now to completely change the direction of your future and completely aim it in the new direction towards accomplishing it, what you want, how would that change, man? How would your life look like, right? And it's not about you, man. It's about other people also. Okay? So everything you do must be in alignment with everything I'm talking about. So from your beliefs to your products, to your company, to the prospects, to the list, everything has to be in alignment for it to work. If you want to outsource it to work for you correctly, then first of all, you need to have established a good product and everything for your market. You need to know what the customer wants, and it has to be in alignment. And then you can bring her into the vision, right? Or if you have an outsourcer first, you need to let her know what the company is, what's it about, what she needs to do, and then let the customers into your team and your squad so they can know what it's about. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's good for that. Sometimes people don't do the outsourcing, or they don't recruit people in their multi-level marketing business, or they don't study personal development because they have a problem. Because since they're not doing it themselves, they don't believe other people could do it, right? Since maybe they're not recruiting people themselves, maybe they're not reading the books themselves, they don't believe other people can do it, so they start talking trash about the business, right? Or they start doing something different. Maybe they're indifferent toward the business, right? So because they can't do it, they don't really believe others can do it. And then what happens is that they have a problem. If they ever decide to do it, they have a problem reading a whole book, go sponsoring somebody, make a sell, because they don't believe other people can do it. Right? So what happens is that you start losing out, and you start losing out because people won't buy from you. You know, that's what happens. You start losing out because people just won't buy from you because you don't believe in them and ultimately your people and your product and stuff. So it's important that you're in alignment with from the inside to doing what you want to do. And you can help people change but only if they want it. You can help people change if they want it. So make sure that you're authentic, right? And that you're completely aligned from the inside out, from what you believe to what you're doing. Like I believe that we're gonna make it. I believe that whoever follows me is gonna make it because we're already doing this stuff. Me and my wife, I was already influencing her, and we're making it right now. We're making sales daily. On average, we're making like 1 or 2 sales a day. So we wake up and we gotta sell. We don't even. It's like automatic. You know what I'm saying? We're used to this. We're getting used to this lifestyle now. Of systems. And now next step is to get used to it while we're somewhere else in the world. We wake up and we have like leftovers of like this really, really good food from this really good restaurant, and we're just like somewhere by the beach or something, right? And we got like 3-4 sales right there in each business, right? And we're like, nice. And we don't have to really control anything because everything is being set up. Everything is set up for us, right? We don't have to go do how do I say this? We don't have to do even customer service. We don't even have to do any. What else? We don't have to do customer service. We don't have to do deliver the product or ship it. Heck, we might not even have to do the finances, but we're getting the money. We're the owners because we have a team that's doing this for us. Another thing is that every time you work with somebody, you get contracts. That's another thing. Every time you work with somebody, you get contracts. And then also, get lawyers, get accountants. Rich Dad Poor Dad goes a lot into that. Get accountants, get lawyers, all this cool stuff because you're gonna need that if you're in business and if you're gonna go legal. So all this stuff I'm saying, there could be one of you guys who believes me and is gonna go out there and do it and keep listening, and there's another one of you who is hearing this stuff and maybe like you like it, but then after I leave, someone's gonna talk to you, and then something negative is gonna happen, and you're not gonna want to do it. And then there's some other people who probably came to the video and left right back out because they just weren't ready for this. There's some people who actually like this stuff, and then as they grow, right? This is what I want to warn you because I've been through this. As they grow, their life will catch up with them. They're not clear in a direction or whatever, and they get burned out. And then as they grow, they stop to sacrifice for their business and let other things in life choke your business, choke it to death. Oh, my health. Oh, I got to go to school. oh, I got this going on. Oh, I got my job. And then your business is, you're choking your business to death. And then it will not grow. And even though you were so close, you didn't do anything with it. And that's kind of like the worst one. Because the other one is like, all right, he's not ready for it. Bye. The other one is like, okay, you listen and then somebody negative says something to you. Okay, bye. Maybe if you really want it, guys, then you can keep going. But to me, like one of the worst ones is that you're so close, right? But then like something happens in your life and you just forget about your business. Something happens and like you just stop doing it. Something happens and you just didn't work that day or something. And your attitude changes, you know, and you don't get it. You don't do it. And one day leads to another day, and then that day leads to another day, and then all of a sudden you're not working no more in your business, right? So I know that's how people are. So I'm just saying, where are you? Do you want to be oh yeah, I didn't explain. Where are you? Of those three, you don't want to be any of those three. You want to be the person that is ready, right? Ready for this information. You have fertile soil, fertile ground in your life, in your mind. As this stuff comes into your mind through a system called auto-suggestion, you can look that up, right? What happens is trees of life, like pure good trees, good fruit grows out of this information I give you. That's who's the most important right now, because, well, that's not the most important. That's who I'm speaking to right now, right? And I encourage you as you grow to add into your knowledge that I'm giving you to help the other people that are choking their business because they don't even know. It's not even like it's their whole fault, you know. Everybody has problems. People make the best choice available with what they have, but it's like they don't know that they're doing it. They're like, I gotta go to work, man. And you're like trying to explain to them, but with your business, and you're like, all right, I'm gonna do it later, and they don't do it, and they're like, and you're like mad maybe, but you can't be mad because at the end of the day, like everybody makes the best choice available, and everybody makes the best choice available for their life, and nobody's like messed up. Everybody works perfectly. You know, you don't know what's going on in somebody's life, you know, but all you can do is be there for them too. How? And keep inviting them to the places that they got to go. Keep inviting them to the events that you have to have. You know, if you're offline, keep inviting them to the offline events. If you're online, keep inviting them to the events online. They're both really easy. And then help them get rid of the negativity of people that can hinder your success. Help them to get rid of the thoughts that hinder you. They might think like, oh, well, I have to work now. I can't have a business. You say, no, you can have both. All the best people have both business and job as they're growing until they make enough money to say, hey, you know, maybe I could stop the work for a little bit or entirely and then go work on my business. There's a man named Jim Rohn who didn't stop working at his job until he made like a fortune. And then he said, I guess I'll leave my job. And he left because it was a funny story. And then you can say, hey, you know, I know you're not ready for this yet, man, but I'm telling you, if you do this, it's going to grow you so much in your future. You're going to change so much that you will do great things, man. But you're not there yet where you need to be. And this is why I need you to keep coming to these things that I'm having, because I need you to start getting ready to do it. I need you to start being ready. And then there's the other person, right, that has so much things going on in his life. And they're so close to getting the fruit, but things happen. They sometimes go to the events and then they stop. Then they come back and they stop. You see, in life, you got to be dedicated and committed. So if you keep coming and going and coming and going and you're not really focused, you're not going to get the right fruit, the right result, because they might see the person with the good fruit doing that. They say, well, hey, that person comes and goes. I could do that too. But they don't realize that person that comes and goes, he has people doing the work that needs to be done when he leaves. And when he comes, like they still have workers helping him, you know, because he's the boss. Like a boss will have like outsourcers, like I just showed you today. When we woke up, we had money in our phone because we had a system while we were sleeping. So while we left the business, it was still working no matter what. And then so that could encourage somebody who comes and goes because they don't have enough time to build a business now, because they can have a system that can help them do that. And all businesses have systems. If you just help people realize what they are and understand them and you know, ingrain it in their mind, they can actually change, and they'll be more committed to people. Also, I encourage all of you with good fruit to keep bearing good fruit, being good, doing the things that you have to do in your business and in life, and you'll start getting the results you want. And that is what business is about. You're helping people who need the help, who deserve the help. You're not helping the people who want the help or who need it. You can help them if they keep coming to your events, but you work one-on-one, right? In groups, you work with the people who need the most help, the people who are not ready, the people who are not ready, the people who are so close but they're not there yet. You work with the people who are who have negativity in their lives, and they kind of want to do it, but they don't have. You work with those people one-on-one, or like in a closed environment. You start working with people who actually are producing, right? The people with the good fruit, right? People that this is how you build your leadership. This is how you build your squad. Because if you affect those people who are doing good fruit and you have them help you do what the vision is, what the culture is, they will spread the word ultimately to everybody else. And then what you were doing is now being done 10 times just because you helped 10 different people who were leaders. So now you're expanding yourself, and then everybody knows that if you want recognition and fame, you can have it, because that comes with that. Once you do that, people know that you started it, and you get recognized, and people start looking at you as more powerful, and they say, hey, you know, like, thank you so much for helping me in my life, right? Things like that. Some people are in business because of that, and that would be the solution for that, right? So make sure that your vision has to do a couple of things. First, it needs to be compelling to people in your organization and people who are looking at joining, right? Does your vision fit the dreams of the people around you, or are they excluded from it because it's either too small, too weird, or just something you want? A vision is more than just stuff you want. A vision is your direction. If you don't have a vision, people will not follow you. You won't stay around. They won't stay around, and they won't keep going with you. And I've already explained my vision. It's just being free, doing what you were meant to do, you know, and then doing it in a way where you're using everything around you to your benefit. And one of the best things that we've realized, that I've realized in this past few years, is that systems and processes is what builds businesses. You have franchises, right, that have a system that works so well, right? And because of that, they're able to grow so fast and take that same system and drop it every different places and around the country. You have things like churches who have systems that work so well, and they go different places all around the world and country, and systems, right? I don't know if you have a system. You might not have one, or you might be working on one, or maybe you have thought about one, but the system is what's gonna get you further, right? Like I said, we woke up today to a cell with just a system, right? And the system could be used anywhere in the world, right? We don't have to be in the system. We could be working on the system anywhere in the world. And to me and my wife, we're in love, so we're always like talking about romantic stuff, right? You know, romantic stuff about like where we could go to do things like eating food that she likes, you know, like and really nice beaches and stuff like that, and going out to nice historical places and with our daughter, and just things like that, you know. And all the while, I do specifically say also, you know, well, because that's always the question. How are we going to pay for that? How are we going to afford that? That's what somebody would say, right? So I'm always like, all throughout that time, we're working on our businesses through systems. All that time, we're making money without us being there, babe. I tell you that, without us being there. And then she asked, well, how do we do that? And then I showed her, and now we have a business, and it's all good. So what's possible when you dream big, right? What's possible when you believe that you can affect the world around you, right? And then after that, I said to her, okay, we got to work on this right now. So when we go out there, the system's already built, everything's going good, you know, our business is running like a well-oiled machine. She goes, what's that? I'm like, don't worry about it, I'll tell you later. And then we worked on it, and right now we're working on 2 businesses. So we're working on it, on these businesses, we're setting it up, and when they're set up and we start making money from it consistently and enough sales daily, we start going on our trips. As soon as we see the opportunity, our systems will be running. They'll be going fine. We'll wake up every day to new sales. Every now and then, as we're going out, when I see the opportunity, because I'm going to get the inspiration, because I love doing this, man. You know what I mean? I'm going to be like, I got time, I got an hour, I got 2-3 hours, I'm going to go and sell online. I'm going to go and talk online real quick, make some sales, make more sales. I'm going to go figure out what's going on in the business. If anything's going wrong, figure it out. I'm going to go see if everything's good, go out there, congratulate them when I got the time. And then after, throughout the whole time, just hang out. Just have fun. You know what I mean? That's where I'm going. And get enough money to buy a house, right? Right? Buy my own house, right? I have a car also, but buy a nicer car, have 2 cars, right? You know, just give the best lifestyle for my daughter, right? Maybe that's what you want also for your child. Give the best lifestyle for my child, right? Just have a business and never work again at a job. Never have a boss again. Just have a business. And then after I start working a business, start learning investments, because investments can make a lot of money fast, just the same way as business also. And I don't mean fast like get rich quick. I mean fast when you learn it. So we'll learn it. Build a business, get time freedom, learn some more investment stuff, make more money, get more time freedom. Learn about life stuff, right? Learn about life, learn about family, relationships, how to be a better person, right? Personal development. And I said, well, I don't have to wait to learn about that till I learn investments. That'll take too long. It's like I don't know how long it will take actually. It might be too long, it might be right now. But I need to learn personal development today. So I started learning that. I'm always learning personal development. I'm always learning personal development. For the past like 7 years, learning personal development. And, you know, we want to get married in the church as opposed to getting married in the town hall. And that's what we did before, which was nice and everything. But my dad paid this guy for photos, and we don't even have the photos yet, you know, because we set up very small for us, me and her and I. Want to get married in a big church, a lot of people, and yeah, that's just some of the stuff we want to do. I wanna help out more with my religion. I want to make enough money to go build schools and churches and maybe like a food drive or something, a library in underdeveloped countries. It doesn't cost that much, guys. It's like $10,000 to build a school. I mean, a library or like something like that. That's not that much money. And I want to dedicate my life to make money to help the poor. I really want to do that. So all this stuff, I want to be able to speak. I want to teach people. I want to train people, and I want to be a writer. You know, I want to have books out. I already sold books. I already sold a book. How about that? I sold a book, but I want to sell other books too. You know, so I want to use my talents and just have fun with my talents in this life that we have. You know, how do I do that? I need time freedom. How do I get time freedom? I got to build systems. How do I build systems? I got to learn systems. I got to build my business. How do I build a business? I got to change my mindset. You know, I've had businesses, but if you're just starting, how do you build a business? You got to change your mindset. Who? Everybody knows that. You have to change your mindset. You know what I'm saying? You got to change the way you think. So that is how I did it. That's how I did what I have now, and how I've gone to places. You know, I just imagine it and I go out there and I pursue it. I believe in myself. And, you know, I'm not saying I'm perfect. Everybody has struggles, you know what I'm saying? I have 24 hours in a day just like you do. And my mentors have 24 hours in a day just like I do. And they get more results than I do, and I get more results than you do. So it's not about the time. It's about what we do with the time. Same goes when I get my time freedom, when I go out and do all these things that I'm telling you, it's not just about time freedom. It's about what I do with that time freedom. I'm not just going to have time freedom to go do nothing all day. No. I'm going to do things, like I just said. So if you had the ability right now to create a new future, how would you act differently right after this video? How would you change what you're doing in your business? How would you change what you're doing in your life? You know, if you had the ability right now to completely change the direction of your future and completely aim it in a new direction towards accomplishing what it is that you want, how would that change your future? What would it literally look like if you change your life? Again, when you dream big, what is possible? Okay? So, one more. What greater things can be affected if you have the ability to change your future? Right? You don't have to answer that one if you're like, as long as you answer all the other ones, bro, dude, take a quick breather. I'm gonna get some coffee real quick, put some motivational audio or something in the background. All right?
Like in a football game, and the coach is saying, come on, come play, and you say, no, I just want to sit on the sidelines and watch everybody else play. You gotta lay all your chips on the table. You gotta lay them all down. Because in this game, in the game of life, unless you get all in the game of life, unless you're all in heart and soul and vision, unless you speak your vision and act in accordance, if it's going to happen no matter what, period, you know what happens? Exactly what you think is going to happen, which is you think you're going to fail. You know what the best way to prove, this is an interesting principle, okay? I was listening to a Tony Robbins course a long time ago. I started listening to Tony Robbins stuff when I was a kid. So I had all this success information in my brain, even through all these years of failure. Right? So I started listening to stuff when I was a little kid. I was listening to this Tony Robbins course, and he said, you know what the best way to prove to your unconscious mind that there's more than enough for you is, and to start prospering your life? You know the best way to prove it is. And I was expecting something mystical, man, set goals, visualize, the seek, that kind of a thing. I was a kid, like that thing. I'm curious what it is. And you know what he said? And I'll never forget this because I was like, come on, stop. He said, give 10% of your income away. Give it away. Take 10% of your income, give it away. He said they do it in church, they call it tithing, or they do it in charities. I don't care who you give it to. Give it to homeless people. Doesn't matter who it's to. Take part of your income and just give it away. And I like, just stop. But you know what? I started thinking about that. And there's no way possible, there's not a possible way to give a percentage of your income away without simultaneously believing that there's more than enough for you. It's not possible. It's literally not possible to do. Try giving part of your money away and then simultaneously at the exact same time believing that there's not enough for you. It's literally impossible because your mind will not let you give away what you need to survive. So if you want to believe there's more than enough, he said, well, give part of your income away. But you know what's interesting? It's kind of like being all in. It's kind of like being all in the game. Because, the reality is there's not a better way to prove to yourself that you believe that it works than to step over the line and say, I'm just getting all in, I'm going for it like there ain't nothing else. Some people say, well, you need to diversify your life. And, you can diversify later. That's the truth. You can diversify your energy later. Folks, you don't have enough energy to diversify your energy. You want to talk to an investment advisor about how to get rich slow over a really, really, really long time in your life and to be old and desperate by the time you're rich, well then, go listen to a broke investment advisor that sits there in a caged cubicle all day giving investment advice to other people that have more money than them. And that's a great way, it's a great way to get rich really, really, really slow and painful. But I'm telling you, there's no better way to prove to your mind that you can do it, to prove to yourself that you can do it, than making a decision, no matter what the external circumstances, that you're going all in financially. You're going all in emotionally, right? That you're going to do everything that you're taught to do. That you're going to put everything on the blinders. That you're going to wake up in the morning believing 2 a day is easy, and you're going to go to bed believing it's easy. You're going to wake up the next day, regardless of what happens in the physical world, you're going to believe it's easy. There's no better way to show to yourself than by being all in the game. That's what we talk about, being all in Power Networks, because it's a powerful emotional concept, and when you do it, life transforms. Life transforms, right? So next thing I've got for you that you need to do. Step 1, get in. Step 2, get all in. Step 3, follow the 8 core steps. We have 8 steps here at Empower that are essential for your success. And some people say, well, I'm doing 6 of them. Okay, then be poor. Fine. I don't care, right? Why don't I care? Because I told you, and I'm free, right? I told you what you need to do, and if you're not doing it, that's your fault, it's not my fault, right? If I tell you exactly what to do and you don't do it, I have full confidence that I've given you all that I can do. So I'm telling you exactly what to do, and it's your choice of whether to do it or not. I didn't listen for years, and I failed for years. But you know what's interesting is the stuff that really makes me the most money today is stuff I learned back in 2002, 2004 from people that had private jets and made millions of dollars a year in private conversations that I didn't listen to, but it was still there in my mind. It was just waiting for the decision and the lights to turn on. So I know that I'm giving you value because those guys, I spent a bunch of money with those guys, and you know what? I never made any money, but all of a sudden when I made a decision, everything they said happened exactly the way they said it would happen. All of a sudden, in a moment, everything changed. So I know that I'm giving you all that I can give, so I'm okay with your decision. I'm okay if you decide or not. I'm okay if you get all in or not. I'm okay if you decide to be positive and that you're going to do it, period, or not, because I know that there's a percentage of people on this call that heard this and they say, is that it? And I say, absolutely, yes, this is it. And they say, that's it, I'm all in, I'm doing it, period. And it's you who I'm talking to tonight. It's the person on this call. Maybe there's 1 of you, maybe there's 2, maybe there's 5, but you are who I'm talking to, and I'm telling you to believe me right now. I'm telling you to step over that line emotionally and make a decision to get all in emotionally, physically, financially, everything in the game. And if you do that, you will win, period, because I don't care if there's a brick wall with spikes on it in front of you, you'll break it down your forehead, because that's the way the universe works. It's exactly what you believe will happen is what exactly tends to happen in your life. I don't know why, it's just the way it is. So step 1, get in. Step 2, get all in. Step 3, follow the 8 core steps. They're in the Fast Start training. The first training there, probably the most important thing we have back there, because it tells you how to change your life. Those 8 steps, if you follow them every day, it is impossible to do that stuff. It is impossible to do that stuff without succeeding over a period of time. If you do that stuff every day, it will root out the negative bullshit in your life that keeps you from being who you want to be. That's what the 8 steps are there for. Now, the next thing is focus on 2 a day. Focus on 2 a day. Believe that 2 a day is easy, and focus like everything on it, because I'm telling you that that's what you got to do. Get 2 people a day. Now, I'm not talking about once a month, try to bring in one day, 40 people or 60 people or whatever in one day, because it's not, there's barely anybody who can do it. But if you focus with all your intention on bringing 2 customers a day in at the $25 blogging package and then working with those, that's something that anybody can do. And
So it's important to learn to listen to other people sell, because you learn how to sell too. So hope you learn something from him. He's a mentor of mine. So here I am again, and I just wanna go over a few things that helped me in my business and my life, and then I'm gonna, if you don't have me in my business, I'm basically gonna train you guys on what I'm doing, what I'm doing, and you guys can just follow me. And then after that, I'm gonna show you some of the cool things that people are doing. I'm gonna just talk to you, just gonna hang out, just speak to you, tell you some stories about some of the people who are doing really, really good, and who have achieved a lot of great things. And hopefully, you guys can. Some of you guys will will take this and not do anything with this. Some of you guys will take this and will do good things with it. And I'm talking to you when I talk about that stuff, because that's going to be a little bit more higher quality stuff. And here we go. So one of the main things I do, man, just selling all day long. I'm always just selling all day long, because I realize that if I'm not giving value to people, I'm not going to be, I'm not really helping them out, you know? If I don't give value to people, I shouldn't be in business, you know? I shouldn't be in business if I'm not giving value to people. So, right? All right. So one of the main things that I do, how do I sell all day long? Well, I work the system, and the system is basically, you know, getting leads, following up with people, doing repeated exposures with them, you know, presenting to them, closing, upselling, you know, team building, systems, and of course, culture. So I do this all day long, because even though I'm getting a lead, that is marketing, but I'm also leading them down this path of sales. So I'm really selling all day long. And what do I mean by that? Because even though I'm not selling, I have systems that are not dependent on me. So that means that I'm always selling. That means things are always happening that are always causing other people to want to buy. That is my mindset. That is my mindset all the time, you know? So if you don't have systems right now, just have that mindset. Believe it's possible, because it is, you know? And so once I do that, so, you know, I'll do that. And I just want you guys to understand that that when you're selling, you know, different things happen all the time. Different strategies occur all the time. So it's important for you not to be struggling all the time with and like not achieving your dreams that are possible for you because of a strategy, you know? If a strategy is not being useful to you, throw it out, or maybe put it somewhere where you don't have to use it right now, but you can use it later, right? Because maybe you're angry toward it or something. I don't know, because it's not working for you. Don't worry about it, man. Just like maybe you can use it later. Maybe the strategy is not the right time right now. You know what I'm saying? That's important for you to know, because things change. You know, things really do change, and I want you to be able to understand that I want you to be able to understand that you can, if you do this, you can understand how to build a business no matter what's happening, really, no matter what's going on. You can become a person who can invent like new ways of doing things without you doing things if you need to, because it's possible that whatever you are doing may stop working. So you need to know how to rekindle yourself. And you just gotta be motivated from the inside, you know. This motivation has to be inside of you. And I went over dreams earlier and goals. And you can do this by yourself also. You can go out there online and find people who have dreams and goals, who teach you how to make some, how to make your own. It's free on YouTube, and hopefully they can help you. If not, you can keep coming to my things, and I'm always talking about it, so you can learn from me. And that's going to push you to go to the next level, to always push yourself. And it's important that you start creating your vision, right? What is your vision? I already told you mine about going all these places and doing what I want to do, you know, like having fun, bro, like winning, right? Winning in the right way for the Lord, right? Helping doing churches around the places, undeveloped countries, helping them with business and libraries. I love to read, so it's in alignment with who I am. So your vision should be in alignment with who you are, but it also should be big enough for people. So maybe it doesn't really matter where you want to go. If you want to stay home, if you want to go around the world, if you want to be doing this part-time, if you want to be doing this full-time, if you want to do this next to your dog, if you want to go do this while you're eating I'm going, it's kind of sound stupid, but I'm serious. If you're eating a lollipop or something, I don't care how you do it. You don't have to wear a suit. It doesn't matter. To me, it does not matter. I honestly just woke up, to be honest, and I have coffee. And my wife just woke up recently. She's my baby upstairs. She might come downstairs soon. It doesn't matter how you do it, where you do it from, how your day is. What matters is that it's for you. And also that it fits for the people around you. You see, I'm a regular guy. I'm not meant to be here for somebody who's like, who's like in some type of office somewhere, some big shot corporate man that's like stuck up or something because he thinks that his way is the only way. I'm not here for that person. And you could ask me later about how I feel about those kind of people, because it's kind of like, you know, I'm not really saying they're bad people. I'm just saying, like, I don't believe anybody's bad. I'm just saying that I'm not here for that person, because those people have a culture that they say, hey, if you're not doing this, then you're a loser. Then you're going to be at home doing nothing. You know? If you're not doing this, then you're not doing anything else. You know, if you don't do it this way, then you're going to be like those losers out there doing it the other way. And that's not for you. You see, I'm not like that, man. I'm not like that. I believe in you where you are. I believe that you can make this business wherever you are. I believe in that even that guy, if he ever wanted to, that I'm talking about, could make that business, you know? And that person could be anybody in your life. It doesn't have to be the corporate guy up top in the ladder that's a bully. It doesn't have to. It could be your family. It could be your friends, you know? But your vision has to involve the people within your sphere of influence that you want to influence. And also it has to be something that people want to follow you for. And because that's not going to be, your company isn't about your products. Your company can sell that stuff, but it's what they're going to line up with you for is because they're going to stay with you for your vision. You know what I'm trying to tell you? So how do you get people rolling, man? How do you get people selling online all the time? How do I sell myself all the time? Is I always believe in myself. I change my beliefs in myself all the time. When I change my beliefs in myself, I get the results that I want. Because like, oh no, I'm mic right now. Trying to get this. Oh, there it is. When I believe in myself, I can do things that I couldn't do before. You know. There it is. No, that's not it. Oh, okay. Yeah, man, when I believe in myself, I could do things that I didn't do before. And I'm going to go over a few ways to change your beliefs. But I'm going to just explain it to you guys, a few tips on that. Say if you have beliefs about in your business about not making excuse me. So you don't got to be perfect in business either to make it happen. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to be perfect. So when you change my beliefs, I change my beliefs about the ones that aren't serving me, right? The ones that aren't allowing me to do what I want to do. The ones that aren't, like, I want to wake up and work, and I want to wake up and do things. You know, if I'm not doing it, there's something wrong with me. You know, first of all, not with anybody else, with me. Not with the world, with me. Not with God, with me. So I change it. I change what I believe about myself, because when I change what I believe about myself, I suddenly start doing things differently, and my capabilities start to change. So I start making more money. My results get better. I feel better about myself. So if you really want to be a top producer and have a team around you that can help you sell, you have to change your beliefs inside of you, because what happens is that when you change your beliefs, people inside of people and yourself, if you change your beliefs inside yourself, you can then change the beliefs around other people around you. And then what happens is that you start doing different actions, like I said, but so will the people around you. Like, you affect people around you by what you do. So you actually become like an evangelist. You know how they change the beliefs of people, and then they start doing different things. Like, I don't know if I want to go into that, but I'll go into that a little bit later, because it's a little bit more complicated to explain. But you got to be in alignment. You have to be in alignment with who you are to create the biggest result, and you have to be in a single alignment with your outcome. So, like I said, you don't have to be perfect. You could just have a direction. You don't have to see everything. Just go. Most of this stuff is easy when you believe. So you have to believe in yourself, like I said, and be in line in a direction to create a big result. If you want to create like a big team, because if you want to recruit a lot of people and you want to sell a lot of products, you have to believe in yourself. I said believe in yourself. I swear. Like I think I said like 20 times already. I hope you get the point. Believe in yourself. When your mind is filtering information and looking for things that aren't useful to you. For example, you have something called the unconscious mind, right? And the unconscious mind, what it does is it's built up of all these things that we've had in our past, all the stuff that we've been intaking, the negative and the positive. It does not know the difference. It just has it inside of its mind. Everything you learn as negative and everything you learn as positive. So what you want to do is you want to fill your mind up with positivity, positive stuff. So it all begins by believing in yourself. When you believe in yourself, you start thinking about the positive things you can do in life, and you start filling your brain up with the positive stuff in your life. So when your brain starts picking out things in your mind, before we do something, right? Before we do something, we decide to do it. We don't just do it and then decide. We decide to do something before we do it. Therefore, when we're in alignment with who we are, we make good decisions based off our beliefs and the positivity that we've been implanting into our subconscious mind or unconscious mind. Therefore, you ever seen somebody just do things and they're like really, really good at it, but they're not even trying? That could be you, as long as you believe in yourself. So you don't have to worry. That's what we're trying to tell you. When you worry, you confuse yourself. When you confuse yourself, you're not doing the right things. Believe in yourself and let it happen. Let it flow. All right, let it flow. Some people are like really good organizers, and when they believe in themselves, they believe that they're really good organizers. So they're like flowing. They're flowing, but they're flowing with really good organization. And that's good, but you don't need to do it that way only. You can kind of be a little bit everywhere, as long as you believe in yourself in the right direction. Eventually, you'll start noticing where you fit in the process, and you do better. Say with coffee. This is great stuff, isn't it? I woke up today with the intention to work on this hangout, and later to work online, outsource the stuff. Hey, babe.
Hi.
I'm just talking about beliefs right now, and alignment, being in alignment with your beliefs.
Look, she bumped her face on the crib.
Oh, sure.
She was trying to get up, that's why, and she slipped.
Sure.
So her head went on the crib.
Sure. There's a food in the fridge like that, like turkey.
Still?
Yeah. And then there's bread. So, where was I? So yeah. So if you have the right information coming into you, based on your beliefs, if you start believing the right things, you'll start doing things unconsciously without even noticing, and it's going to be the right actions to get the result that you want based on what you're trying to get. And I'm going to go over that a little bit later about how you can make an outcome for yourself, and so you can have a direction, right? In the meantime, your direction is just kind of making money, right? You kind of just want to make money. You kind of just want to do something with it, but there's more to it than making money, and I'm going to go over that later. So once you're alive and you make the right decisions, but you have to also believe in others, because number one, people have the ability to do more than what you think, and what you believe about everyone around you, from the people that you're gathering to talk to about your business, to the people in your company, and the people in like, you know, your team, right? And just the people around you, even people around you in your life. That way, when everything could run smooth, you know, you could wake up and you're running smooth, right? So if you don't do this, the truth is that what happens is you start sabotaging yourself. Like, if you don't start believing in yourself and in others, you're gonna start putting the wrong information in, and then whenever you want to do something, things are gonna happen like in your brain without you even noticing it. You're gonna make the wrong decisions and make the wrong actions, and therefore that will lead you to the wrong result. So we want to avoid that at all costs, and that is called sabotage, right? And that's called sabotage. So there's many ways, guys, to change your beliefs. Honestly, I would say honestly believe in yourself. Go to personal development school. It's I call it school, but there's no such thing as it. It's just really like on YouTube, and like, you could buy the books of the top leaders in personal development. You can read the Bible. You can read good books that teach you how to be good people, teach you how to have the right intentions. And the Bible is good because it goes over this stuff. It goes over leadership. It goes over having more than just money. It goes over the right things. It goes over placing value above value for yourself and people above things like money. So and one of my values and my thing is like never giving up. You know, I always specify that the values that I hold true to with me and my people around me is like we never give up. We're always going for it. We practice leadership, initiative. You know, persistence. We keep going even when we fall down, right? And you know, we practice that. We practice freedom. You know, freedom to do what we want to do. We value purpose. What are we meant to do? We value our dreams. We believe that we can achieve our dreams, and we also value, like, you know, we value ourselves. We value ourselves, and with that, we could go anywhere. We can go anywhere in the world with that, and really achieve great things. Because, well, we're talking about the internet right now, so. I don't want you to get stuck just thinking that this is for the internet. This is really, you're going to achieve great things with that kind of value. You know, and anywhere in life when you want to get to the next level, you have to believe in yourself. You got to be persistent. You have to never give up. You have to be a leader if you want to get to the next level, because you have to move up. If you get better, it just happens. You know, so start believing in yourself that you can do it, and then it'll do it. Hopefully, what I just said can change what you were thinking about yourself. If you were in an area where like you maybe are in a bad state of mind, maybe you know, like maybe you tried it before and it didn't work for you and you're trying it again, you know, or maybe like you have negativity in your life, you know. As long as you have the values that I just kind of pointed out, not just those, but there's many values, right? Whatever value is to you, you know, you're your own person. You can decide for yourself. But as long as you believe in yourself and in others, you'll start making the right decisions for your business, right? Because based on however your business is running, well, your business will be a reflection of yourself and your values. So if you're making the right decisions based on your values, it's an ultimate cause and effect, you know, over and over and over again for the rest of your business career. You're gonna have the right values set for people who come into it and to look at it, you know, and therefore you can be more successful. Because let me tell you something. We also value like our dreams, right? And I explained to you what our dreams and my vision is to be able to do this from all over the world, whenever we want, going and traveling, eating the food that we want to eat. You know, my wife watches these videos on YouTube, and she likes the food they eat. She wants to go and eat that food, so we're gonna go out there and we're gonna do that. So we value our dreams and our vision. So we have to value systems, right? So doesn't that mean that we have to value systems? And that the answer is yes. We have to value systems. We have to value things that make it simpler for us. We have to value people that help us, and people who don't help us obviously also is a good way to have in your mindset. But you know, we have to value also people who help us, that we outsource to, like I showed you earlier. So that's why I teach you that too, because I value you. You know, I value you. I taught you how to get outsourcer. I taught you all of that. And you know, I want to point out that if you're producing is like making money, And but producing, it doesn't mean that like what?
Poor baby. You fell again. Why do you keep falling?
Oh, she fell.
Why do you keep
Hold up up.
falling?
She fell.
Wrong with my boy. I don't know why she's doing that. She sits and she falls on stuff. Did you see the mark? Shake it up. Oh, you're having so much fun.
So yeah, so like I just woke up. But look, so producing is selling stuff in your business, but it doesn't mean that that other people will sell with you. You know, just because you're selling stuff doesn't mean you know how to build systems, for example. And a system could be something that writes a system could be something that writes social media posts for you, email posts for you, without you being there. A system could be somebody you hire to do customer service for you. A system could be somebody you hire to write emails for you, right? So you can have somebody write emails for you and then something to post it for you, and then you can make money if you do it correctly without you being there. So we value that, you know? When I found out about that, I placed a big value on that. And when I went to work, a lot of people don't place value in that. They work inside the system. They don't see the value of owning the system. They see the value of being part of it. And they like the culture, you know, that they're being, you know, they like it because, you know, we treat as if you value a system, owning one, you have to treat the people right. And there's certain people that are okay with being okay with being an employee, some people who are okay with being a business owner. But if you want to be a business owner, you have to start valuing things that are going to help you, such as things like systems, all right? So that's just specific stuff, guys. And if you don't do it, you're going to get caught into a roller coaster of a failure because you might want to grow your dreams to do things that other people you see are doing, like traveling the world or maybe just being able to have enough money for certain things to spend time with people that you love. And you're going to notice that you're going to be caught on the computer all day long or like caught in meetings outside all day long, and you're not going to be able to grow because until you realize that, hey, I need to build a system. And then once you start learning the system, hopefully you can start valuing it the same way I value the system myself. So that's just some inner motivation for why you should learn systems and everything. I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna move on, and you should always keep your beliefs on check. By the way, that way you know that you're doing you're taking the right actions and stuff. So another thing here is okay, so we gather emails, right? We gather emails, and when we gather the email, we're always letting people know, like through a story. We tell them a story that leads them to somewhere else that is not necessarily right there. You know, like if my wife is talking to somebody in an email on Instagram, she's gonna tell them a story that's gonna lead them to a place like another email where they're gonna get more information. But she promotes that email, right? She promotes that next event, so they could be focused on when they're gonna receive it, right? She hypes it up. It's just part of marketing, right? Because we believe that we're gonna help you. So we're not really hyping it up and not delivering. We're hyping it up because we believe in it so much, you know? And whatever we do, we have to know that it could be duplicatable, right? And this is one of the things we're working on. We have to believe that it's duplicatable for anyone, right? If we want to have an outsourcer work like a system, have an outsourcer there, and we have to understand. We have to also understand that it has to be whatever we do has to new in strategy, whatever strategy, because there's always new strategies, right? Strategies come and go. I think I already explained that. So you want to always kind of don't never be sidetracked by the strategy. I said that also because it's gonna hinder you. If like you have a strategy that's keeping you stuck to a computer and you can't spend time with your family and stuff, then you should kind of change it. But you know, sometimes at the beginning you do have to work hard to and sacrifice a bit to get it going. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like after you've already built the system and you should be ready to do what you got to do. Then your strategy should be something like that takes less time than the one that's working. If for any reason one of them stops working, if you understand what I'm saying, if you have a strategy that works and it stops working, the new strategy should take the same amount of time as that strategy, and it should be better. At least go for that. It should be better, or it should take even less time. Why? Because that means that when you do it, you're not stuck to the strategy. You're still sticking to the dream, right? Your lifestyle. You want to spend time with your family and stuff, and go out to places, or you know, do whatever you want. Watch movies all day. You know, play video games all day. I don't care. You know, but if you won't be able to do that if a strategy becomes longer. The other reason is if you want to outsource that strategy, it's going to cost more. If it becomes longer, it'll cost you more money to outsource it. So understand that. So we always let people know that through the next thing, the next process, the next event. Like if she's talking to somebody in an email, right? We're not gonna make it. We're not going to. The next email is going to be it's going to be simple for the other person also to understand what it is that they have to do next. You know, it's going to be simple for them to understand. Like, hey, you know, I just got to open up the next email and I'm going to work on my stuff. You know, I'm going to work on myself. What was that? Okay, awesome. What are you buying?
Food.
What are you buying?
Surprise.
Okay. All right, 1 second, guys. I'm being loved.
You can have lipstick. No, you don't.
I love you too. So yeah, understand that, and so she talks to somebody in an Instagram message, right? My wife, and then she'll tell the person to meet them at another message to learn more about what they have to do. The next thing that they have to do is not depending on the product. Her product is just buying a swimsuit. So it all depends on the product also. So since she's selling a swimsuit, it doesn't take long for someone to put on a swimsuit. It takes like 1 minute to put on a swimsuit, less. So the email that she sends out is very short. When they answer her back, she says, go to the next email. The next email is very short. It shouldn't be longer than somebody who puts on a swimsuit. You know what I'm trying to tell you? So therefore, that's different than when you have somebody like in a multi-level marketing company or a business company where they have to learn systems and stuff, because one email is short, but then the next email can lead them to a presentation that could be like 2 to 3 hours, right? And you ask yourself, well, that's different. And I'm going to tell you the difference right now. The difference is that when it comes to business and business systems and personal development, you're always growing, no matter what. Swimsuits are for the summer. You put them on in 1 minute. Personal development is an ongoing process for life. Business development, you always have to keep learning. It's not something you do for 1 minute and then that's it. You know, therefore you always attend presentations that will be longer. But we start with landing pages. You know, we start with landing pages sometimes. We use landing pages. Sometimes we use the email thing. It doesn't really matter, but landing pages work really, really awesome. This is my wife's thing, or my daughter's thing. So landing pages work really, really awesome because it's a system. You can put it up and you don't have to talk to people while you're saying, what, you don't want to talk to people? You don't like me? I love you guys. It's just that we don't want to be stuck on a computer all day. And we don't want you to be stuck on a computer all day or at a meeting all day. So you use a landing pages is like an advertisement, like a billboard, and you could place it anywhere in your social media, right? And that's gonna help you. That will help you grow. This is very interesting stuff. That's gonna help you grow your email list because Like today we woke up, we got a sale, but my wife, we got 3 sales now. Nice. But we before that, she was waking up all day. Not even before that. Right now, she how many leads you get a day, baby? How many leads? Leads, yeah.
Like 30 to 40.
You see, she wakes up and she has 30 to 40 leads a day. An average is throughout the whole day. But she wakes up, she has leads there, and most of the time you have more leads than sales, right? Yeah, it's. I think that would you say that's like a law, like a principle?
Yeah.
So you always have more leads than sales because you have to have more people. So not everybody wants to buy, right? I do know people who sell 100% of the time who have done that in the past. Whoa, right, babe?
Yep.
But you know, I don't know where you are, where you started, whether or not you're starting or whatever. I don't know your belief level in yourself. All I know is that even if you don't have belief in yourself that much, you could do the law of averages. The law of averages says that you'll talk to as many people, a certain amount of people you talk to will equal a certain amount of sales. Everybody's different. I can't tell you. In MLM, some people say every 10 people you talk to, friends and family, you make 2 sales. Online, they say you have to have like 100 visitors to get 2 sales. But it might be different for you because I know my wife has a different average, you know. And the most important thing is that you believe in yourself, because when you believe in yourself, I was reading in Think and Grow Rich, the book, that they said that if you believe in yourself, it doesn't matter what the law of averages is. It cancels that law out. Like it's kind of like Jesus Christ when he came through and he said the law doesn't matter anymore as long as you believe in me. So Think and Grow Rich says that as long as you practice the secret, which I think is belief, right? I honestly believe it's belief, that it cancels out the law of averages, right? That you'll be able to do it no matter what. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. Just believe in yourself. The next thing is yeah. So we use landing pages because then they'll get the information we'll get the leads automatically. And actually, again, my wife gets the leads automatically also. It doesn't only have to be landing pages, but landing pages work awesome because it works for everybody. Anybody could do it. Anybody could set up a landing page. My wife's thing is a little bit more simple. I mean, a little bit more different. Like it's not more complicated. It's just different. So that's why it's. But she still gets automated emails. So that's the point, guys. It doesn't. Also, landing pages work well because they take less time. I believe that landing pages, babe, take less time than what you're doing though. But it has to go through a different process, right? And we would have to restart your whole process. And right now is not the time to do that. So there we go. So if the landing pages work more simple than her thing, but in order for that to occur, we'd have to restart the whole process. And I'm going to go over that a little bit later. Every time we restart a process, we're going to start from 0. And right now we're getting 3 sales a day. We're not going to stop that because we have enough time to do that. We don't mind that kind of work. It's not that much work, but in the future, everything's going to be simpler. Like I said, we're always growing. So when you get an email from me or something, and you get like a 3-hour hangout or 4-hour hangout, just know that we're not putting on swimsuits here. We're not going out and just really quick going to make money real quick. No, it doesn't happen that way. You're always learning something new, and you're always succeeding, right? I just really, 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 really want to implement that because so many times people fail because of this, you know? And everything somebody does has to go, everybody has to, whenever somebody buys something, like she has a swimsuit, they go through a process that's really simple. Like they click on a button, they put their credit card information, and they buy. It's that simple. When somebody gets started in your team, in your system, in your business, they go through a simple process. It's simple. You're in a business, so it's going to take a little bit longer than just a checkout page. But you're in your team, in your business, they might have to go through interview process, right? After the interview, they're going to go through they're going to go through the training process, and after the training process, they're going to go through a learning process, and then they start working, and then they can become like leaders after a while, right? Because there's a process for that too. Then they can teach the other people how to do that, and that's how you build like culture within the environment, right? That's how you build leaders. So then when you do stuff like this, right, it doesn't matter where you are in the world, as long as this stuff is happening, it's happening without you being there. Do you understand what I'm saying? Am I being a little bit too blunt? It'll happen without you being there because it's a thing. It's a living organ. It's a living organization. It's it's a living, your business will be a living, breathing thing. People will be working on it consistently without you being there. So value a system versus just doing things on your own. Because if you're doing things on your own, you might not be able to achieve the real vision that you have. Because your vision is not just making money. I know it. Nobody just goes and makes money. If you do that, you're probably very evil. You know, just go make money, mad money, mad money. You're probably greedy. And we don't like people like that. You probably have a bigger vision if you want to make a lot of money because you want to help a lot of people. Maybe you want like a mansion and you deserve it if you want that, right? But we're not suggesting for you to just make money for the sake of it. Even if you had a mansion, would you want to be working in your mansion all day long? The answer is probably no. So you need a system. All right, and a landing pages provide that process, right? Provides it. A landing page could get you emails to get you sales to somebody who gets started in your business today, somebody who gets started from somewhere around or anywhere in the world that you don't even know or speak their language, right? It can, because all you gotta do is a landing page is really simple. It's something. It's like a website where you put your name. You put where they put with the person that wants more information puts their name or their email or both. But you have like an enticing, compelling, very persuasive copyright and picture or image on a landing page, and it kind of looks like the storefront. You know when you go to a mall and you see the store, just the storefront. That's kind of what your landing page is. Because there's many landing pages and things out there on the internet, so you have to make yours different and really nice. And it should be aligned with what you're going to give them. So you can't talk about like something totally different than what you're selling because it'll be weird, you know? Therefore, like me, I'm talking about like certain things like business development and all that. But right now, our products are only likes and followers and marketing. Soon we're going to have strategies on ebooks and all of that. That's why I'm actually feel comfortable talking about these bigger things than just regular marketing, you know? Yeah, so there's different landing pages for different people. You have to know your traffic. Some people are cold traffic who you never seen you before. What's good for them also is to add like a bridge video, right? Where you kind of on the video, you start talking to them a little bit, build rapport, get to know them a little, ask them, just connect with them. And that video could be there for whoever goes through the process without you even having to be there also. And then there's the warm traffic that got there because they heard about you from somewhere, or maybe they've already talked to you before in the past through a message or something, and then they're different too. Landing pages have to be different for them too. They can't explain too much stuff because, to be honest, that's for the cold market. The cold market wants to be explained a lot of stuff. The warm market is kind of ready to buy almost, or ready to take the next step. So you kind of have to tell them in a nice way. And the hot traffic, they already bought from you, right? Hot traffic is people who bought from you already. They're ready to buy from you again if you have what they want, right? Without any questions, really. That's the truth. It's almost seamless buying. And that's when it gets good, when you have a business with people that, if your business has a product that sells monthly subscriptions, right? Then people will buy monthly subscriptions without anything, because you're solving their problem. They won't, without any conflict or whatever, they won't ask twice about why they should buy it again, especially when you're in business and this is a lifelong process of personal development also. They know that they need it. So multiple payments for multiple people and multiple products equals a lot of money for your vision, for whatever it is that you want to build your mansion or whatever it is, right? And as you do this, you're going to start noticing a lot of different people, like leaders, right? Will start coming to the picture because everybody knows, not everybody is a leader. Not everyone is one. But after you talk to a lot of people, you start noticing that a leader will show up. It's kind of like you might not be good at first when you do something, but after you do it a couple of times, you become successful, And then, of course, there's certain people that want to take the same stuff and make their own systems and tools. Like my wife, she doesn't use landing pages. She uses her own email thing, and that's what she likes. If we ever wanted to do landing pages, we'd have to restart the process. Therefore, she doesn't want to do that. And that's okay, because certain people, they understand it. As long as they understand it, they take the same principles, and because that's what we're really talking about, principles. And they apply it in their own way, and they get their own results. And as long as they know their own system, right? Like, as long as they know how they got that result, and I'm gonna go over a few things a little bit later on how you can actually get results that you like. How to do those consistently with, like, how to figure out what you're doing through culture, and then you could do the same thing she's doing. Like, you can make your own systems and tools if you want, you know. That's cool too. Moving on. I went too long on that one, but it was important. I'm gonna move a little bit faster now because this one's really simple. I come from a marketing background, so to me, marketing, like flyers, I used to do that. I used to give out flyers like crazy, yo. Like, I was really good at just giving people flyers. Like, I was like honestly like one of the better ones. I'm taking pride in that because I honestly would keep giving them out way more than other people. So I could explain this really fast and really easy, and you guys just have to understand. The idea is this: whenever you're selling something, right? Whenever you're selling something, you're always building a list. You're presenting to the list and closing the list. So the first step to doing that is getting is marketing to as many people as you can, right? Within your target market is even better. But anybody's okay. But marketing to your target market is the best way. So you build a list and you present it to them, and you close them. So how do you build a list? You put value, massive value. So when I had flyers, there was just value of flyers. I was just giving them out like money. People would just get them. You take this. I would like take this, and then like they'd be like, all right, fine, whatever. Some people didn't care that I was so aggressive. You know, it's okay if, like, it doesn't matter how people are different. But I was being really aggressive with it, right? And so same thing with your list. You know, put mad value out there. Be aggressive. Whoever doesn't want it, it's okay. Be aggressive. And again, it depends on how aggressive you want to be. It depends on your values of how you see yourself and your vision for your company. Some people don't want to be aggressive. You know, my wife doesn't want to put that much value like that. She kind of wants to put less value to a certain amount of people, and it kind of causes like a scarcity effect. It kind of causes people to want more of it because there's less of it. And I understand her, so it's cool. But I'm a little different, you know, and it's okay because everybody works differently. As long as you all have the same, you know, as long as you're a team. All right. So then, the thing was, so then when everybody gets this value, right, you have an email, right? You do an email, and you tell everybody to go to an event, right? Or you tell everybody to go to a presentation, online or offline, doesn't matter. And then in that presentation, you sell them, you close them, you close the list, you tell them, hey, you know, this is the problem, this is how we solve it, and who's ready to buy? Wait, you're gonna go a little bit back here?
Yeah, let's go back looking.
I'm not gonna go back here right now.
Later.
I got 5. Why don't you buy Chinese food? I don't have a napkin.
It is cheaper.
I'll put it in. And banking is so unhealthy.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And you want Chinese food? It's like double degrees.
But I can stay home.
Mm-hmm.
People have like so much stuff for Banana King, and I'm like, it's just Banana King. It's not like
I know, but
people go like, oh my god, Banana King. Oh my god, cinnamon buns from Taco Bell, because that guy said so. I'm like, dude, it's not even. It's just. I don't see that. I don't see what you're talking about. They're like, oh my god. I'm wondering whether or not you guys are just following somebody or whether or not you actually like it.
I don't like cinnamon.
You know, like. So yeah, guys. So all right. So yeah, you build a list, you present to them, you close it. So when you present to them, here's the secret, guys. When you how do you build a list? You can outsource the list if you like, and when you outsource it, you still have to train the people to do it. So you're always doing it in front of as many trainees as possible. So you can have a group of trainees, right? Like if you have a group of outsourcers, you have like 10 outsourcers at one event, and then you could train them all at the same time, and the next day they're all working for you to get you leads, right? That'll be a good thing, right? And big businesses do it like that, you know? You can have an interview process and everything. But once that's rolling, right, you can invite the people that that need to be sold to your company to an event like online hangout like this, or any kind of tool like my free conference webinar, you know, conference calls. And what you're doing while you're doing that is you're going to be selling to the people, right? I gotta slow down now because it's a little bit. I gotta tell you everything. You're really selling to the people. You know what I'm saying? When you sell to the people, you also when you sell to the people, you're also going to be doing a couple of things. You're going to be teaching the people on your team how to sell also, or do whatever they have to do while you are doing what you're doing with the company, with the company prospects. Therefore, everything should be aligned in a vision. I mean, in alignment. Therefore, whatever you do affects other people. Obviously, you know this, right? So everything has to be done with intention, intentionally, right? And intentionality is not a difficult thing. It's one of the easiest things to do. All you have to do is imagine yourself doing it and just intentionally doing it. What is more difficult to do is initiative. A leader is an initiative. He's the one that's going to go actually do it. And that's like a leader. But you can still be part of a team and a culture just by being a person who is more like who kind of just puts that energy out there, right? Just having the energy is enough sometimes, you know, because that will cause a person to eventually take initiative, right? So intentionality is very simple. Make sure you're doing that, and take initiative also, you know. So every time you do a personal conversation with somebody, they should always sell and promote the next event, right? I'm not gonna go too much into personal conversations right now. I'm gonna stay into groups. So you build a list, you present it to the list, and the goal of the event, to be honest, is to just keep promoting the next event. So when you promote the next event, people will come, and you kind of like, the process is ongoing. You don't have to stop, and so forth, right? So when you're doing the presentation, like I said, you're teaching people how to do certain things, but you're also selling, you're also upselling, you're creating downline production. So that means you're creating your systems to work without you when you're not there, you know, so you can train them while you're not there. And at the same time, you're creating culture, which is like basically you're creating like promotions. You're promoting people, you're promoting the next event, you're promoting the person who got the best results, right? And what that causes is people to start talking about those people, and those people will in turn help out each other. Because remember, a team, everybody helps out each other. There's no person left behind. We all help out each other. If you have a question, we'll all answer it, you know? And if we don't answer it right then and there, we answer it at an event, but we will answer it. So if you promote somebody to be like the new guy who's getting the new results, all the followers are going to go to them, and they're going to be like, hey, how did you do that? And then they're going to give them the information, and that's called a system. So while you might be at a beach or somewhere working, or like at your house watching a movie, that stuff is going on in the background. I don't know how they're going to be conversing. They could be talking to each other online on the phone while you're doing something else, right? But the fact is that you started it, right? But you should also be in the process also. I'm not saying to get yourself away from the process completely. That's not the objective. The objective is that for any reason you want to go out and do something, like a dream, right? Like, you can't do that while you're working at a job, right? You can't do that while you're in school or something, because you're in the system and you have to go to school or else you fail. You have to go to a job or else you get fired. And here, you will not get fired if you go out you will not get fired if you go out and do something else. The only thing you could do if you don't know these systems is you lose money, but if you know these systems, you won't. You get it? All right, so give me a second. And I'm telling you, this is so difficult. My parents don't even understand this stuff. My wife's parents don't understand this stuff. They're just starting to understand. Your mom doesn't understand systems yet, right?
No.
She does. She's an MLM company, but she doesn't understand systems yet. Just wait till she does. Just wait till she does. So what's the objective is that when you promote somebody, you want to promote them and then also bring them up to stage or bring them up to the hangout and start talking to them. Teach them everything while you're teaching them in front of as many people as possible. That way, the people that are being influenced by him will be more influenced by him, because now because that guy's close to the leader now, so they're going to be influenced by him, and so forth. So your business, your system is dependent on building leaders and not followers. Therefore, you have to start training the people that deserve it,
instead of the people that just want it. So if somebody wants a training or something to be next to you and they don't really deserve it, they're like, hey, I want personal coaching, but they're not really getting results. They don't have all the products or whatever. You say, hey, you know, if you want personal coaching, get 100 people. Say something like get 100 people to the next event. Get 100 leads. Get 100 sales or something, and just basically coach them to get promoted, to get close to you. But the people close to you, like your inner circle, should be the people that are getting the most results, the most numbers, and so forth. That's the truth. So that what I just said cancels out a few things. Just an assumption, if you're paying attention, it cancels out people on the phone training people. It cancels out people doing trainings and not selling, because that's a waste of time. And if everybody else in the organization does that, everybody's going to be doing that. They'll be trapped in a system where there's no freedom and they can't do what they want to do. All right, moving on. Oh, also, and the next, everything should be, all the training for the people should be in one like system. There should be like a motherboard training that everybody refers to, you know, because then that way, when people, because you know, there's leaders, there's promoters, and say me, I went through a training, I heard it, I'm telling a story about it, and I might be at a certain level that's that I say the story a little bit differently than somebody at another level, and that could be good or bad for many reasons, because I may be able to tell you the story, but not the whole training. And if you're relying on me only for the training, then you're like, wait, that's not the whole training. That's just a story based off my comprehension. And people's comprehension is different. If you ever play that game where you say a word and you pass it along to the next person. So if I say like the color red, and then it comes back and then they're like, oh, zebra. And you're like, I didn't say zebra, I said red. That's how it is when people tell stories. You know, when they hear training, they go talk about it. So that's why there should be a motherboard training. And like I always say, if you guys want more of this training, it's a $1,000 product, but it's part of a different company, but I'm together with it with Make Your Legacy. But yeah, that's what I was gonna say. There's bad news and good news to that. The bad news is that I forgot what the bad news was. The good news is that if you have a motherboard training, the bad news with the motherboard training is that when people start talking about, no bad news. The good news is that when people start going to the training, and that's a specific training for everybody, they can learn whether or not they ask the leaders for help. They can go out there on their own without asking for any help and then make it happen. And yeah, all right, that's good. That's good enough.
Yay.
Guys, I hope you guys are getting some value from this training. Just give me a second so I can pull this up. It's always funny, right?
Yeah.
Telling you something, even if you've struggled your entire life in other things. This is not other things. This is the Empower Network. You can get to a day here, period. And I don't care if you're a one-legged, one-armed midget wearing a bikini in a fanny picking contest simultaneously while blogging online with your free arm. You can still get to a day because it literally is the easiest thing that I've ever been in my life. I just happen to come create this one, right? I don't care who you are. I don't care if you have spinal bifida, because Christina Munoz has spinal bifida, and somehow she's getting to it. I don't care if you have cancer, because we have people who have cancer here who are still doing it, who are using this to pay for their cancer payments.
What's that?
Okay? I don't care if you're blind. Why? Somehow, some way, we had a blind gal get in Power Network who's making money and making it happen. So I don't care what your excuse is, because if those people can do it, it's literally just an excuse. Focus on 2-a-day. The next thing is, be at the San Diego event. Look, we're going to talk about it. And, there's people who are in Empower who are like, yeah, it's just another event. No, it's not another event. Yeah, it's one of those boring company events. No, it's not another company event, guys. This is something that you will not have an opportunity to repeat at another event. There's an experience you will have there. There is a breakthrough that you'll have there if you will go to that event and make a decision to be there and stop messing around. Look, one of the core commitments is to attend all of the events. Doesn't mean some of them. It doesn't mean whatever one you feel like. It means all of them. Why do we say all of them? Well, here's the truth. Here's what I know. I know that there's a percentage of people who will attend all the events. And every event they attend, you will see that group of people get wealthier and wealthier and wealthier and wealthier. Because this is not a pitch event. We are not there to pitch you stuff for 3 days. We're there with one purpose and one purpose only, and that's to create in you the person that you've always wanted to be. And we can do that in 3 days, and it's something I can't do in a conference call. I can teach you and download into you in 3 days what I can't teach you in 18 months of conference calls, what I can't teach you in an hour a day of audios for 6 months. You will be 6 months ahead of everybody that doesn't go to the event. If you go to that event, you will have experiences, relationships, and transformations there that there is no way to replicate through webinars. There's no way to replicate through trainings. There's no way to replicate through conference calls. There's no way to replicate unless you just go. And I'm telling you to go. And I don't care what your excuse is, because we have people flying in from all over the world to go. There's only one person in Empower Network that has a legitimate excuse not to go. And it's because they literally can't move, and they can't get out of bed, and they're not allowed to get on a plane, and they literally can't go. That's the only person in Empower Network with 37,000 people, and she's in Australia, and she's still making $11,000 a month. She's the only person in the company that has a legitimate excuse not to go. Everybody else, I don't care what your weenie little excuse is. I'm just going to call it a wuss bag excuse and call it what it is. You need to go. Here's why you need to go. I was in a company a few years back with Eric Worre. Now, a lot of you guys don't know Eric. He runs a company called Network Marketing Pro. One of the most genius people I ever met in my life, and everybody likes him. He's just a cool guy, right? He's just a cool guy. And been my friend for years. He was the first person that taught me how to sponsor. I snuck into a meeting he was doing when I was in Amway, and he was teaching prepaid legal stuff back in the day. I probably shouldn't have said it, but I snuck in this thing, and then he said something, and I went out and I did it, and it worked. It was amazing, and I liked Eric ever since. But anyways, he said something, and he did something at this event, and it blew my mind. It blew my freaking mind, okay? And I'll never forget it. He says, here's what happens. He says, you go to an event, and a lot of people, I said, who's going to be the next one? Everybody raised their hand. He says, liars. He says, here's what's going to happen. Half of you will go to the next one. Right? Half of you who say you'll go to the next one will go to the next one. So we have 1,000 people in the room. 500 of those will be the next one. No matter if all of you say you're going to go, no matter what you say, he says, I know. You've been around the industry for a while. Half of you will be the next one. He says, but there will be another, 1,000 that will go too. So our event will be bigger, even though not everybody here will go. Just half of you will. He says, and then it'll be 1,500 here. And then the 1,500 there, everybody will say they'll go to the next one, and then 700 will go to the next one. He says, it'll keep dividing in half. He says, but here's what you know, Eric. In 3 days, it's something like.
What you want?
Oh, good. I want
It's new. Actually, not bad.
we're ordering food over here. So just give us a second.
We have something for
That's what she had to sleep in.
It's not for your team. I love it.
How about this? Katsu and Akatsu.
You're gonna go have some? Oh, it's not. Fried pork or chicken?
What do you think? Chicken, huh? Pork?
They're both really good.
Pork. All right, guys, I'm back. Let's order some food. I've been speaking for like 3 hours probably, so I am hungry. So, yeah. So here's the next thing, guys. Okay, so all right, so all right, guys. So there's a couple of ways you guys can make money online. You guys can, first of all, like I've been talking about beliefs for this whole time because it's so important. But there's other ways that just are scientific, proven ways for conversions. You can get like a big, massive list of people and get like 1 out of like every 200. Like it's honestly like I've gotten like 1 or 2 sales out of like every 100 people. Some books say that. Some other books say like 1 out of every 200 people. And you know, or you could get to learn, or you can make more money from smaller groups of people if you have like a big list by learning how. And then if you keep listening to the presentation, I'll show you how. And of course, you can also talk to people on the phone. And that's obviously going to be like, a way for you to know people's problems and so forth. And then you can actually, you can solve them. You know what I'm saying? You can solve their problem. Good? So the thing about this is that whatever you do, whichever one you do pick, like make sure that like it doesn't change, that you're gonna be consistent with it. Make sure that it's the best one for you. Okay, you pick the one that is right for you. That you can be held accountable for, right? That you can have a team that can be accountable to you for, because that's actually gonna be the one that is gonna give you momentum. Because every time you stop, it kind of you have to restart again, and all the results, all the momentum that you have with all the people, the systems, the automation will collapse and fall to zero. So if you wanted to stay at a level where it's like consistent at a 400%, running like a well-oiled machine, be consistent, all right? And if you're gonna change anything, do it in a way that it avoids that. All right. So every time you do something also like that, you want to tell people to get to the next event, because that also helps people, just automatically covers the marketing portion of it, right? Now you don't have to worry about that. You can just sell. You know what I'm saying? That's important. And so you have to when you're marketing or when you're selling, depending on where they are, the customer, maybe they don't know who you are, maybe they do know who you are, but you have to kind of build trust with them. You know, like me, I have a lot of trust with like music people who do sports and fitness, people who do like art. I get along with them also. And, you know, people that are just into like traveling and like kind of freedom stuff, and people who like to like, you know, people who are religious and like to read about, just read in general. Like I'm good with readers. I'm good with people like that, and a little bit of fashion also. But that's me. That's how people could hold me accountable for that, because I could actually get along with people like that. Who are you? Who's your target market? You know, like who do you get along with? I'm saying basically, and that actually, how do I say this? That like all the stuff I just said is like a tool to help you get to know people. right? Because somebody in a business might have a son who plays sports and play music, and you can talk about their son and stuff if you want, like talk about how it's called, like just build rapport, get them laughing, get them feeling nice and warm. And then after that, you tell them, hey, that problem you're telling me about, I can help you solve it. It's ways to increase rapport. And basically you just have to solve their problems, man. Just solve their problems, build deeper rapport with them, just give them value. And yeah, just give them value, bro. So some of the ways to do that is you could build rapport with people in a landing page, right? In a landing page, you can put like you can tell them how you can solve the problem. So if somebody has a problem like getting leads, you can say, "Help, find out how I went from getting 0 leads to getting 100 leads a day, or like getting 0 leads, like my wife getting 30 to 50 leads a day," and then they could put their email in, right? And then she could get more emails. In a business, in a multi-level marketing company, something like that could be a reason to get more leads. Like, oh man, she got 0 to 30 leads. Put your lead in to find out how to get more. So when she teaches them how to get more leads, she's gonna get more leads also, just because she's already getting them. So now she's getting leads from teaching people how to get leads and her strategy. You know what I mean? So it kind of builds up the marketing, right? And let's say if that's what she was doing, that would work with momentum, right? The next thing is, of course, you gotta know the problems in the marketplace. You have to know what it is, and the way you solve it. The way you solve it could be when you teach your people to do it, right? To do all this stuff, actually. Make sure that you teach them in a way where like it's ambiguous, in a way where they can be assuming, right? Where the problem exists, right? And there's many possibilities to solve it, right? But by using what we know, you can solve the problem. So you being here means that you're gonna solve the problem. Let them know like that, because that way everybody can do it a little bit different, and therefore they will solve the problems of other people. Your team will solve the problems of other people, and then therefore your customers will be able to solve their own problems in their business or whatever it is that business you're doing. You know what I'm saying? So when you do that, make sure that it's ambiguous. That everybody can do it differently, and it's momentum. You catch momentum by doing it for long periods of time. Moving on is the synergy effect law. Once you keep talking about it over and over again, you keep talking about something like a vision, right? Keep talking about like my vision. I keep talking about how I could want to be able to do this from anywhere in the world and help as many people as I want, right? Having many businesses as I want, having as many people as I want, but also and I say how much as I want is because I not only don't want to do as much as I can, I want to do more than I can. So as much as I want. And the vision is like, it doesn't have to be specific. It could be broad, because that way everybody fits into it. And it could be something that you're comfortable in, right? So after speaking it over a long time, and your team starts speaking over a long time, and your customers also start getting to know your system for a long time, they start getting to know the people in your business for a long time. Like I worked at an area. Where called a kickboxing gym, right? And the customers all know the leaders that were in the kickboxing gym, so they would ask for them because they would have a culture system where like the main people would be like all the trainers would be up on a wall, but the main people would be the ones like teaching most of the time. So people would want to be around those trainers most of the time. You know what I'm saying? Because they're the ones with the most influence. They're the ones that are being promoted right now. So they want to go with the leaders. You know what I'm saying? So it takes a while before people get used to that. Because whenever somebody new came into that process and they were brand new, people would be like, oh, who is this guy? They're like, oh, is he good? Should I go to his class? Should I do this? No, they ask themselves because they want the best for them, right? So after a while of you being good and you doing the right things, people will start to catch on to you, and they'll be able to follow you. The thing about this is that it's better to catch momentum by being consistent in something that works sort of well than it is to get momentum in something that works really well. but is like always changing. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, going back to the other thing that I say, it's like a law. It's called a time gap law. That if you keep changing the processes, eventually they're going to you will never grow because you're always changing everything, right? And then here's the other thing: if somebody in your organization doesn't want to do the thing anymore, like that system that you're doing, right? Like we already talked about strategies, right? We already talked about systems. If the system that you're doing is not working, you do have to change it. But if it's working, don't change it. And if people don't like the system, then if they want to go somewhere else, let them go somewhere else because you have more people that you can help. Now, if the person that leaves is like a manager in your business or like a top leader in your business, let them go and instead put the person underneath them at their position and then fire them up. So that way when they get results and the person that left will realize the other person will probably somehow will show it to the other person that left because they probably have a relationship, or if they don't have a relationship, the other person will still probably find out eventually because, you know, like you just don't leave a system and then like forget about it first unless you had like a really bad fallout. But assuming that there's no fallout, assuming that you guys are cool, you just left the system because it wasn't for you, the other person will still have it in mind, like, and then when he sees that the other person is getting results, they'll come back. I was at a sales company one time that this person left for 2 years to go for a manager job, and he came back to the job he left because he knew he couldn't make as much money over there. So he actually liked what he was doing, and this guy was making like $600 a day sometimes, you know. So you know that's called the tap root. You light the fire from the bottom up, and everybody gets excited. So if you have a leader, right, and he has a team, fire up and like they're doing something, they're taking action. Fire up the person underneath them, right? Underneath the leader, the person, the person at the bottom. How do I say this? The person that's most away from you, the person that is like that you don't even know that much, because they've been so far away from you. But the minute somebody wants to leave, fire that person up. Hire somebody new. Go meet somebody new, and fire them up. And then they're gonna get results, and then so forth. Also, you're always growing. Also, she's so cute. She's so cute. Even when she cries, she's like cute.
I'm not crying.
She was not crying.
She's talking.
She's not cute. So you're always growing. Like I said, if somebody doesn't want to do that, you know, it's okay. You can get the person. You can meet somebody new. So if somebody doesn't want to join your business, you get somebody new. Somebody doesn't want to be your customer, you get somebody new. And you're always growing. Okay, you're always growing to the capacity. You're always growing, but you're only gonna grow according to your belief sets, right? And so, according to how you believe about yourself and your team, you're only gonna be able to grow up to that level of potential because your mind is gonna do things unconsciously that's gonna be like the right actions at the right time. So that means basically that like your team will start to get momentum and so forth.
Wait for the flu. We're gonna put her to sleep.
Okay.
I already took them.
All right. Cool. So you already paid them and everything?
Yep.
Cool. Okay, give me a second.
I got an appetizer.
Oh, what?
I got an appetizer.
Oh, cool. All right, cool. So I'm back. So here's the deal. So whenever so what you're doing always, guys, is you guys are always gonna be growing, and you're not growing because I'm telling you to grow, guys. You're growing because you have to grow for your business. You know, right? You're not growing because I say, hey, Danny said grow. No, you grow because you have to grow for your business. I don't really care if you think if you use my name or anything like that. I don't really care if you say, hey, you know, Danny's cool, or Danny's this. It doesn't really matter to me. You could say anybody's cool, as long as you let people know this is the system. This is what it is. You know, you have to keep growing, or else people will outgrow you, and they're gonna go to wherever it is that they can go because of the growth, right? So you have to have a system that doesn't just sell products; it grows people, right? What does that mean? That means that your training system should be something like, for example, like values in your team, like helping each other out. That's growing people. You know, like going through personal development and reading and books and stuff and promoting that. That's growth. You know, people will grow. Things like that. And getting people to dream bigger and having goals. That's growth. Having a vision, having a purpose, right? Having a purpose in your values. And taking action, all of that stuff is growth, right? That's a culture of growth. So you have to be doing that consistently, and the best people to do that are going to become the leaders, right? And the people who don't will not grow that fast. Either way, you can still be they can still be part of a system, like a basketball team, like a soccer team, or a team has a bench and a team has the starters. Either way, the starters will be starters. Either way, the bench, even though they're not growing as much, they can still be in the team. They just won't be. You know, and then the bench has the reserves. You know, they can still be part of the team. They're just not growing enough, or they're not there yet. You know, and then of course the distraction principle, which is like basically, if you do a promotion that's louder than the distraction. So if something negative happens in your business, how do you solve? You solve it with a promotion. So if something happens in your business that's negative, do not talk about it with anybody else, man. Just keep it to yourself. And if somebody around you knows about the problem, then you can talk to them about the problem. But either way, you kind of just like get the problem out the way and instead refocus it on selling, promoting, upselling, creating systems, building your teams, always, okay? Always doing it. Whenever there's an issue, promote. All right, guys? And that automatically solves a lot of problems. When you have a system of growth, you're no longer hopping from thing to thing, guys, right? So instead of people in the marketplace have a problem with having thing to thing, like in your MLM, they might have that. So once you start telling them to read, start telling them to take action, to have a vision, to have all of this stuff, they're going to want to stay around you because you're the one that gave them that information, that growth, and they're going to want to stay around you, not the company, you know? So people always, they blame their success because they don't have leads, sell to the leads to keep people around. So if you're growing, if you have the right system and you have the right mentorship and the right influence, that will help them also. So if you have an MLM, that helps. If you have a business that's not making enough sales and you're like a business that does business to business, then you can help them with that because that is how you solve that problem, by taking action and learning the right things to do. Instead of working on something that works kind of well but always changes. Now, instead of working on something that works really well and that changes, instead you can work on something that works sort of well and it doesn't change, and that solves their problem, okay? And if they want to get better, what they have to do is just grow themselves. You know, if they want to grow more, they have to keep growing. And this is an ongoing life process. I've already dedicated myself for life to being a business owner and no longer being an employee. So the way I see myself as an investor also. I want to invest into my business because there's like 4 quadrants. There's like the employee quadrant, you're self-employed. There's employee, there's self-employed, there's business, and there's investment. I want to be on this side, the business and the investment side, where I could put money and make money, where I can build systems and make money, passive income, but with passive income. That's where I see myself. I already saw myself like this every single day, no matter what. I believe that's how I am, and nothing is stopping me from my goal, right? So if you get somebody to believe that, right, and you're business to business, they're going to get the results they want no matter how they do it, because already we agreed that it's the beliefs that are going to change you. It does not matter how you do it, because everybody's different. As long as you have a belief in yourself and a culture of growth and you're always taking action, that is what matters. And if you have that in writing, you can look at that all the time. If you have that as a law, if that's a principle, right, then you cannot question that stuff. That's just the way it is. The other thing is some people are wasting time traveling, you know what I'm saying? People don't have leads again. People don't have any people don't have any direction as far as education goes. You know, all this stuff is solved by you know, if there's a problem, keep working, keep going toward your vision, keep having your purpose, your goals, your dreams, all that stuff. If there's a problem, that's how you solve it. Other one is wow, it's only Tuesday. The other one is if somebody wants to leave their team, that's okay. Talk to the person that you haven't needed to talk to. Start a conversation with them. Another one is, you know, keep give me a second. The other one is let people do things in the way that they want to do it, as long as they do the right things, you know. And then, of course, speaking a single vision, having a single training system, a single cultural system, right, will consistently work and help you to get the best results. You know what I'm saying? So always growing, and really being determined and like so like tenacious, so like against the bad and for the good that you learn this stuff. If that makes any sense, you know. The bad being everything that doesn't get you the result, the good being everything that does. So look at everything that doesn't get you the result that you want as like bad, like real bad. And look at everything that wants you to get the result as good. Now, sometimes a failure isn't a bad thing. Failure is going to help you get to the next level. So just remember that. There's a couple things you guys got to learn, you know what I'm saying? But it's not difficult if you believe in yourself, you know what I'm saying? Some of you still think it's difficult and you guys will still take action. It's okay, same thing. Moving on. All right. Some of the other ways you can solve people's problems, like we already went into it, is by, if you continue doing that, like you can have products that are based on bigger values, right? So people, the more expensive the product, the more value it has for somebody because of a vision, because of the culture, right? And there's many ways you can solve people's problems on the phone, and it's just all about changing people's beliefs on the phone. So if somebody has you can tell people to call you on the phone to buy a product, but you have to always like, you have to solve their problem in a way that when they call you, you're not there trying to solve the problem. You're there just closing them, right? Everything outside your whole system, all your value should be there to already solving people's problems. Give without expecting anything in return. That way, when they call you, all you have to do is close them. And there's many ways to close people. It's just a matter of changing their beliefs, because some people don't believe that it will work. You just kind of change their belief and like reframe it in a way that they do. Like they might say like, oh, my wife or my husband, I got to talk to them. They might say, like, I don't have enough money. They might say like, why do I got to do this? You just change their beliefs. You just kind of get them going, like, going back to the process, to the beginning, because all these objections are not real. Objections are just there as a cover up. People just do objections as a cover up. They really want to do it, but they just cover themselves up. So yeah. All right, guys, and so also what you want to do, you guys want to always be able to present to the people the new. Hold on a second. Whoa, that was some really, really, really good tea. I'm gonna put some stuff in the background, guys. Or better yet, now, look. Whenever you do a presentation, guys, how do you invite people to a presentation, right? You invite them over, and they come, right? And then you're gonna close them. You can close them also on a phone, but they already have to go to presentation. So remember, you're solving people's problems and making them believe in themselves. And of course, when you get them to a presentation, you need to know how to present. There's many ways to present. You can look up a lot of people on presentation. There's many books and all that stuff. And I recommend you to read everything as much as you can, all the great books that you can. But you're always bringing out a presentation of social proof, the person that actually did it. You know, you're promising somebody something, and you wanna show somebody else that's done it. You know, so that way people believe that what you're talking about is real, whether it be personal development or business, because that's what I talk about. And then you want to look for the person that's like really, really the furthest down line, that actually the furthest down line in your business that actually got results. So somebody could be like, wow, like this this midget did it, you know what I'm saying? Or like this this person that's blind has done it, or like this person that you would never believe did it. And then if you're healthy, if you're young, right, and if you're ready to do it, that automatically fills you up with like the belief that you can do it. If somebody who's sick can do it, then you can do it too. You know what I'm saying? And that changes their belief, and that automatically builds a relationship, and it cuts through all the crap that like, oh, can he help me? You know, it cuts through all of that stuff, because the truth is that you can't help them. So that already covers that out, and it changes them. And then as you start talking about their dreams, right? You can start talking about their dreams and what they can do by with their problem being solved. If they had this stuff, you know, when you help people think of themselves, like, and you start asking them like questions like this, like if you had the ability right now to completely change the direction of your future and to aim it in a new direction for accomplishing what it is that you want, how would that change your future? When you ask questions like that, how would your real life look like if you could change anything in your life? When you ask questions like that, or what greater things can be effective when you have the ability to change your future, it kind of builds people's positive, it builds like a hallucination in people's minds that they start thinking about this stuff. They're like, what can I do? You know what I mean? And they like it, so they start doing it. And that's kind of a way where you present, that's how you present the benefits to people, like this. That's the benefit, man. That's what's gonna happen if you do this, bro. Like, if you're able to do this stuff, that's how you can solve this problem. You know what I'm saying? So then all of a sudden, you're so close to a sale. You know, you're presenting, you're almost done, and then you're so close to getting people to buy. And you have to always remember that you have to believe in people, and people have to believe in you, and that you never give up, and that you're a leader, and that you're gonna keep going until you're done. You know, you don't stop until the fat lady sings. Things like this, and people realize that you're like that, and you're persistent, bro. Like, you're like, damn, this guy's cool. Like, I want to rock with this guy. You know, they're gonna see that in you. They're gonna want to follow that. They're gonna follow your vision, right? And if your vision is big enough for everybody, right, then they're like, you know, like if your product is big enough for people, that for a lot of people, that if they're dreaming, right, and they know the benefits, and then your product is something that like everybody wants, you know, that everybody can be useful to it, that everybody can fit into the product and fit into the vision, and that if everybody can do it with no regret, meaning like if it doesn't work for them, like they can get their money back. Like, if you don't, like, you could try this vision out, you can do this online, you can work, you get these likes and followers with me or whatever, and if you don't like it, you get the money back. Like, you can build this business, build systems, and if you don't like it, you go back to doing it by yourself. You know, that's okay. There's no like, you're not losing out. There's nothing to lose. You know what I'm saying? You win more than if you lose. Like, I know that doing things with a system is way better than doing things without a system. So to me, I could talk with full belief about that. I know that getting followers and likes through a system is way better than getting them by yourself. So to me, I could talk about belief about that. You know what I'm saying? And then there you go. And then at the end of the day, you tell them like, give them a reason why they should like take action now. You know, this is a little bit difficult more than often, because you have to kind of make something up, because everybody's different. But if somebody wants to, like, if you know people and they want to travel, you say, hey, you know, isn't it time for you? You can tell them, like, you know, it's time for you to start traveling. It's time for you to start taking control of your life. Start doing what you want to do, and people will start doing it. And then you tell them like what you tell them where to buy, like what to do to buy. You tell them to click a link. You tell them to fill out this checkout thing. You tell them to go to the cashier or whatever it is that you want to do, and then you close them. But everybody's different. It could be like you want to travel. It could be like, hey, isn't it time you start building your system now? Like, aren't you tired of? I think you're tired already about doing things by yourself and it not working. It's time for you to start working with a team, working with a system, working with people who actually represent you. And then you're like, oh, like they start thinking twice about it. It's in the time for you to start learning how to develop your life for personal development. And with people around you, they're going to give you that, It's in the time for you to start doing that. So then people are like, oh, I want that vision. And then you tell them, okay, they tell them where to go. The cashier, the checkout page, a PayPal, credit card link. It doesn't matter. Excuse me. And then they buy, and that's how you make your sale. That's how you grow your business. I would recommend from the Millionaire Mind, take half of your business profits and put it into your business for marketing, for stock, inventory, whatever it is that you need for your business. With my company, I only do marketing, so I only have to put like 20%, but I still put 50% because I want to grow fast. I know some guy who did 100% of his inventory of his profit back into his system because he had a job from home. So he had a job somewhere else. He was an engineer. So he put 100% of his profits into his system. So it grew faster than anybody else's. It grew faster than most people's because he put 100% of his profits back in. So if you put 50%, you'll never go. Your business will never go broke. It'll always have money to invest in itself, and then you give the other 50 back to yourself. And you can keep growing like that. And it's a smart way to do it. It's getting hot. It's getting hot. All right, cool. Next thing is you could do this stuff in front of excuse me. Yeah, you could do this with you want to always meet up with people and then show them how to do it at events, because people change their beliefs at events. People have like really big, remarkable, magnificent changes at those events. They have these events every day. You should be planning things. You should be getting leads. You should be connecting with the leads, connecting with the prospects, right? Every day. You should have every week you should have a culture event, a team selling event, and an inner circle event. And like you should have something for that point that represents others, right? You should have people like an event that shows who's like the next guy, like who's being promoted. You should have an event with everybody's actually being like selling, at the same time, and learning and doing the systems that you guys have learned. And another one where all the best people that you've taught, right, can benefit from it. Also, give me a second, I got some food. So yeah, that was so cool. I was talking to some guy and that was fun. All right, cool. That was my fun. Cool. So I didn't even say anything, and that was like really fun. Okay, cool. So yeah, you have a team selling event, and then the inner circle event, and then like an event where you guys are you guys are all training, and it could be a compilation of all of this stuff, And I'm actually doing those things right now every day because I feel like I have to catch up to certain things that I have missed. So I want to catch up, so I'm doing all these things at the same time, as much as I can, and at the same time, I'm learning. So even if it's worth it or not, these long videos, I'm learning. I know my mentors do long videos also, and I'm willing to do what my mentors do. So that's how I do it. All right, and I'm being completely honest and transparent with you guys. If you guys want to do the same thing, I believe in you guys. The more action you take, I believe that you guys actually win more. Another thing, every 3 months, you should have something where you guys meet up, maybe in person. It's good. And if not in person, at least meet up somehow, you know. But I would recommend in person. And I actually got started doing that myself. But you know, the benefits of having weekly meetings is like you have to prepare content to teach them better. Your communication ability will get better. You know, your list gets bigger, and you get people to your events. You become more charismatic. People start listening to you. When you tell them to do something, they're gonna start doing it. You know, when you show up live in front of people each week, like people will start following you. And when people start gathering together, they start building relationships with each other. They change their beliefs. They see other people changing, and they have breakthroughs. And they have to change because other people that they know are changing. And then like there's no objections anymore because things are working. It's kind of like religion. Like you go to church, and people don't question the Bible at church. It's kind of weird. People just go to church and they learn. They don't go there to go question the Bible, you know. And so when people go to your thing, you don't want people to question your thing. They have to just go there. And whenever somebody questions your thing, you have to kind of make a culture where like people like, what would happen if you go to church and somebody starts questioning the Bible? Everybody's gonna start looking at him like he's a crazy person, and he's gonna want to leave. That's how it should be in your culture too. Something like that. It doesn't have to be fully like that. It could be something funny, where like it doesn't have to be like somebody has to leave, but there has to be like somebody has to shut up, and then they have to listen. Something like that. That works well too. And yeah, so that's why you should have that. The next thing, of course, is you know, I think I said this already. Being in front of people all the time will increase your beliefs. I mean, increase your charismatic following. Sorry. That was in the food, babe.
Huh?
That was in the food. So being in front of people will increase your following. You'll be more charismatic. Your communication skills will start to improve, and you'll start being really good at doing calls to action. And it's actually going to force you to get people to attend because you're going to be on you'll be on Hangouts with nobody on them, and you're going to feel foolish, or you're going to feel like you need to get people on them. So you're going to force yourself to do it because you know you have to. And then you start making money because when people go to these Hangouts and stuff and you do what I'm telling you, people make money. And so you increase the amount of sales you make from very small lists. You don't have to do like a lot of people, like 100 people for every 2 sales. You can actually make, I've heard of people making like closing like how can I explain this? I think like 60% of the list, 30 to 60%, I'm not sure. But it's way better than 2%, you know? Even 30% is better than 2%. You know, if you're like a science guy, you want to look at that stuff, then that's way better than 2%. But like I said, believe in yourself more, because believing in yourself, having faith will beat science. But having both isn't a bad idea. You know, having faith and science is a bad idea. I actually heard that science is actually proving like faith, you know? So that's cool, you know. So whenever you're in front of people, you don't want to be holding their hands and producing, like, you know, like team building is just basically like when you're selling to people, when you're selling with people, you're not really holding their hands or anything. You're doing what you're doing already by yourself, just with a lot of people. So you're not training people on the phone because that discourages people. You're not spending hours and hours with every new person that doesn't produce any sales. And you're not doing that kind of stuff, you know. You're doing things all the time on things that matter, you know. And then with as many people as possible at the same time. The next thing is you can always respond to somebody who asks you a question by selling it to them. You can always respond to somebody with a question by upselling them to a product, right? Sell them to a product. upselling them to a product that makes them money in the organization, and that stuff replicates. Everybody else does it, so they'll make money. As opposed to if you do a training with somebody on the phone or somebody has a question, you answer the question all the time. When they go into your business, they're gonna start doing the same thing, and that's not gonna give them money. So instead of them when they ask you a question, you just sell them or upsell them when they get into your business, or when when they do that with their people, right? It works. They actually make money. And always respond with a promotion. So when somebody asks you a question, promote something else, or if somebody has an objection to something, just sell or promote them again. Or if somebody doesn't want to have be in the system or doesn't want to be part of your system and wants to go somewhere else, that's okay. You can talk to the person, another person, the person who you haven't talked to, the furthest down, who has gotten the some results, and make them bigger, fire them up, and then everybody else gets fired up. So then you can also respond to people with stories. Like all this stuff is just one big story. It's about a story with me. One time I was homeless, and then I was also struggling with things. I was just studying personal development, and as I was homeless, I was working with top-notch celebrities, millionaires, and they believed in me because I believed in them. And then that belief kept going to other places, and I started getting new mentors. And now I have so much belief after all that belief and stuff and process. And now I have my own 2 businesses, and I'm succeeding, and I'm getting closer to my dreams than I ever was before. And every day I'm closer. And once I hit that dream, I'm gonna hit another dream. And it's just the same example. And my dream is, and my dream is to. I'm gonna say something funny. My dream is to actually have these things simplified. Simplify. I don't want to be dealing with this stuff all the time. So I got to simplify it. I was watching the show. Remember Scary Movie, man? When the guy's like, there's a movie, Scary Movie 3, I think it was. The guy's like, I have a dream. My dream is to have a dream. But tell me that's not right either way, though. Like, better than not having a dream. If your dream is to have a dream, that's a start. If you don't have a dream, your dream can be to have a dream. You know what I'm saying? That'll lead you in the right direction, at least. You know what I'm saying? So you're always edifying the people who are getting results. You know what I'm saying? And using it to sell. Somebody gets a new result. I just showed you my Fiverr guy. She's a girl. She's doing work for us. And now I'm selling you on this hangout with as many people as I can. And then this is a pre-recorded hangout, so people could come later. As long as it stays up, people will always watch this hangout. And people will learn. And then they'll start doing what I tell them to do. And people will start replicating what I'm telling them to do, because I am telling them right now how it works in a hangout. So in front of as many people as possible while I'm making money. And when I do make money, I promote it. Like we made 2 sales today. I promoted that. The other thing is, so you want to edify that stuff. People who are doing the right things, people who are going to the events, people who are edified or producing more often, people who are edified and are producing more often, they want to be around you more, right? So when you edify someone's good behavior, they do more of it, So edify people who are doing good things. And then, whenever there's a problem, don't talk about it with everybody. Just talk about it with the people who actually were there, and then cancel it out and just continue working. Like, forget about the problem, right? Problems don't exist. That's the way I see it. Like, you fix a problem, but after that, they don't exist anymore. So you must be willing to resolve them, though. Don't ignore the problems, because the problems don't go away. And the last thing, of course, is just a couple of questions. Like, you guys are going to be thinking about, like, how do you just not talk to people, cold calling and stuff? Just don't worry about it, man. Just stop calling people. You know what I'm saying? Don't worry about that. If somebody doesn't want to buy the next product after they know that they should buy it, then don't worry about it. Talk to another person. If somebody buys a product and they expect you to help them with everything in the product, then don't worry about it. Tell them to get a refund, because, to be honest, you can't be there on the phone with people all the time and expect to have a life of freedom, right? You can't. It's really hard to have a life of freedom with people on the phone all the time. You can ask any multi-level marketer who's not following a system like this, and they're like straight up on the phone all day. They go to these, they go travel, and they're like, oh, I'm going to this place, and I'm in Africa, I'm in Asia, I'm in South America, and then you look at them, and every picture they have, they're like on the phone, you know. So are they really enjoying themselves? That's the difference of the philosophy of what we're doing here, and that's the reason why you're here. So then you're like, then you could add like other questions, like, you know, like if people give you issues, they keep giving you like they complain, they whine. Don't deal with that, man. You know, just cut through the BS right away. You know, this is like serious business. It's not easy to do this. You know, it's really it takes a lot of hard work and effort for you to push yourself to a level where you can actually go out there for your dreams and work it and work it and work it and work it and never ever stop, ever stop, ever stop. You know what I'm saying? Question is, do you believe in your dreams? Do you believe that you can hit your goal? You know, it doesn't matter what you do as long as you're doing something. If something doesn't work, redo it. It's about how you think. It's about what you do. Because what you do is based on how you think. It's about how you feel. Because how you feel will determine what you attract. You're not perfect. Nobody's perfect. The only thing perfect about us is that we're not perfect. You know what I'm saying? All we gotta do is take action. Just keep taking massive action and fix the results that don't work. Study, do, and teach simultaneously. So whenever you're learning something, do it and teach it at the same time. So everybody know it's like that's what you're doing. Okay, that's how you learn things faster. Do you believe you can create something outside of your influence? Do you believe something? You believe that you can change people around you with the words you say, with the things you do, and the things on where you go? Do you believe that you can change the world around you by that? Do you believe you can change the world around you like that positively? How would it be how would life look like if you changed it negatively? Now, how does it look like if you change it positively? Isn't it better if you do things in the right way instead of the wrong way? Because you have the ability right now to do that and to create a new future and a new direction right after this video. You know, you have that ability to do that. And because some of you, it's your time now. I'm talking to the people who are ready for this. You know, the people who maybe have struggled in the past and now they're here again because they're going to give it another shot. Somebody who's getting good fruit, who's getting some results and wants more results. That's who I'm talking to right now. Because you guys want a new future for yourself. You guys want that. So it takes something more than just taking action. It takes strong belief in yourself that you can actually achieve that with action. That's how you do it, man. That's how you do that. The next thing, guys, is just like this, man. Until my Chinese food comes, I'm gonna stay on this for like maybe like 10 minutes until they come. Hold up. So here's the thing, guys. People will not grow if they don't want to grow. If somebody doesn't want to be a good person, they won't be a good person. So if somebody wants to be bad and you're talking to them about good stuff, they're gonna ignore it. So people will only and also another thing is that people will only grow to the capacity that that you believe in yourself and that you believe about them. And here's a secret: what you believe about them isn't necessarily true, because there could be totally different people, and what you believe about them is something different. And people have the ability to do more than you ever thought possible. So as long as you have a vision and you keep them growing and you keep them going through a system, they're gonna grow into the person they need to be. You know, as long as you keep believing in them. And how do you believe in them? Believe that they could do more than you think you can. You know, that's how you do it. So you keep them involved with things like that. So whenever you're upselling them into products, how do you upsell somebody? By not by selling them like a salesperson. The way you upsell people into another product is by showing them that by getting the product, their values they'll become better people. Their values will change. Their lives will change. Their vision will become more realistic to them. They'll be closer to their dreams and their goals. So that's how you grow people. How do you have people get goals? You show them that, look, this is what you're doing, and this is where you need to go. How do you go there? You need to set new outcomes. You got to set new goals. And then when you get there, what are you going to do after that? You got to set dreams. What was your vision, long-term vision? And then you tell them, this is how you do it, you know? Because the truth is, if you don't follow this, then you're going to be just like those other guys. Do you want to be like those other guys, or do you want to be successful? You know, that's how you start telling them straight up. Like, look, there's a possibility that you can end up dead in the dirt, just like them. Or there's a possibility that you can achieve your success, you can achieve your dream. And those possibilities both exist. Where do you want to be? Your actions right now maybe look, what is your actions doing? Your actions right now look like they're not supposed to be there. Your actions look like you're going to end up dead in the dirt. Your actions don't look like you're going to go straight forward. Or maybe your actions look like you're going great, man. You're talking to a leader. Your actions look, if you're talking to a leader, your actions look like you're going to become great, man. Keep doing what you're doing, because that is how I got to become where I'm going. You could tell them like that. You know what I'm saying? And then they can keep going. And then tell them to help the other people. But there's always the good and the bad. Where do you want to end up in? You know what I'm saying? You know, tell them how they could change. Tell them how it's a different. There was a time in their life when they did good, and there's a time in life when they did bad. Start thinking about the good more often. Be positive, you know, about the future, and then you'll start making better decisions for yourself. You know, forget about the nonsense. Forget about that stuff. If anything's going in your life and it's hurting you, you can forget about it. You can go through it, because I went through it. Other people have gone through it. It doesn't matter what it is that you're going through. You could do it, right? Not only that, though, but you can forget about it. Just like that. Like, it doesn't matter, because your future is so bright if you stay positive. Like I told you, remember that time that you did that good thing, right? And you were successful at it, like really successful, and you influenced all those people around you. You can do that again. You know what I'm saying? But you have to be in the right direction. You have to be taking the right actions. You have to be doing that. You have to like know where you are and be completely focused. Knock out the nonsense in the background and be completely focused. Stop what you're doing and be focused. You know what I'm saying? Here's the other thing. Listen to what I'm saying. Feel what I say, because that is going to affect you. If you don't feel what I'm saying, you're going to leave this presentation and not take action. If you feel what I'm saying, you're a different kind of person. You know that you're meant for this. You know that you're meant for greatness because you did it before. And that means your greatness is coming very shortly. You know what I'm saying? And you feel what I'm saying. You see what I see. You know, you're listening to what I'm saying. You could just taste the sweetness of success. You know what I'm saying? You could just taste it. And it's your time, and you could do it, you know? The first step is just taking action and believing in yourself. No, the first step is believing in yourself. Second step is taking action. The third thing is just teaching it to people. Actually, it's 4 steps, because you got to learn. Believe in yourself, learn it, do it, teach it. Don't worry about being perfect. Just go out there and do it. You can hit your goals. It's not hard. Just imagine your goal like this big, ginormous goal that you can hit. That you can be like, you can set up a system that is so simple that a dumb person can do it. But they're not really dumb. They're just not like so simple that like a high school freshman could do it, like an 8th grader could do it. Right? Set up a system that's so simple that you will never have a problem. You won't have to go look for the most talented person to be in your system. You don't have to go look for the leader. All you have to do is work your system and work you, right? That's how you do it. Here's another thing, guys. when you're growing, it's gonna be a little weird. You're gonna be a lot of changes. Things are not gonna be going the way you want them sometimes. Things will be going the way you want them, and then more. And then you're gonna be like, whoa, how did this happen? And you might not even notice it. One day you wake up, you got 3 cells, and you're like, oh, whoa, how did this happen? But you know how it happened if you know exactly how it grew. You know exactly how it happened. One day you wake up, you got 20 cells in your bank account, and you're like, how did this happen? But you know how it happened. You just kind of like, you just say it because it's just an objection. Just like people say, hey, I got to tell my husband or my wife about this before I buy it. It's not real. It's just an objection. You know you could buy it. You know they could buy it. You don't got to ask anybody for permission. You're a grown man. You're a grown woman. You don't got to ask anybody to spend $60 or $3,000, whatever. You don't got to ask anybody. You're a grown woman. If it's going to help you, you could do whatever you want. You know what I mean?
Okay.
That's all I got to say, guys. I'm done. Peace.